which were already bracing for one of the busiest holiday travel days since the pandemic. And now, transit hubs like this one are planning for an avalanche of
Hello. Hello.
Cities like Seattle, with that same cold air over and moving east, those expecting to travel for the holiday facing uphill climb. Hopefully, we got the sweet spot just in time. In fact, the storm system is already causing delays and cancellations at Seattle Tacoma International Airport. Thursday is expected to be the busiest travel day of the holiday season, with more than 47,000 flights scheduled across the country. Airlines are considering cancellations after meeting with their respective weather teams today. Waivers are being offered to travelers wanting to change plans, but the time to make those changes is now. You probably feel flights start being canceled. It's too late. While 7.2 million are expected to fly, more than 100 million will be driving. One-way drivers can appreciate falling gas prices, which are hovering around $3.12 a gallon, the lowest since July of 2021. Now, to respond this next week, the best advice is to download your airline's apps and get the latest updates. Book the most early flight of the day on the most direct route, or you'll need all the resources and luck you get. And been advice over, and thank you. And for more on this major storm system, let's get a meteorologist first one from our partners at the Weather Channel. Here, Chris. Extremely cold and foggy Arctic will drop down into the United States in the form of a front range winter storm conditions and dangerously cold.
24.
Angel, how did we look quorum wise?
My apologies, I just joined. Let me take a look. We are at 19 at the moment. We would need 26, right?
Presuming we have 50 members.
24.
24. We are 24, yeah. 20. We were at 19 just now, so.
We need 25 to have a quorum, I guess, because we have 48 members.
Hi, everybody.
Can I ask a quick question before the meeting officially starts? Are new members to apply again for the CB12? We just received an email so we have to reapply?
Not if you just were appointed. I think this is just a general email that gets distributed amongst all members. I think you would get a special appointment letter.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
May I clarify? If you're, yes, forgive me for jumping in. It's Porfirio from Manhattan Board of President's Office. And if your appointment was to complete a year cycle from the last appointment, in other words, if that particular appointment ends in this cycle, then you would have to reapply unless you were appointed for a 2-year.
Where?
Barbara, you're muted.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, if your position is filling the spot of someone who had to leave and their position expires this May, then you have to reapply.
Yeah, she's correct. She's, and great way of explaining it.
Porfirio?
Oh,
Porfirio,
sorry. Yes,
can you, I assume you will be reaching out to people whose terms are expiring. I can't remember when I was reappointed and if my term is expiring or not.
that will be definitely happening. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, because I'm still confused. I'm a new board member, so I just want to make sure that I don't miss the deadline if I do need to reapply for my appointment.
Got it.
Angel, how are we looking?
Same here, need to reapply.
We're currently at 24.
One more to
So
go.
that's quorum, isn't it? Because we don't have
And
50
Barbara?
people. We have 49 at the most and possibly less.
We have 48.
We have 48. Okay, so yeah, we do need 25.
Hey, Barbara.
I think that's 25 right there, the person who just logged
Great.
Yeah, with Marielle, now we are at 25, so you have one.
We're at 25, so we have quorum, 6:39. Welcome. Happy holidays to y'all. Just looking forward to conduct this meeting as seamlessly as possible. I wish you guys have an extremely good holiday. Enjoy your family, enjoy your significant other, just enjoy life. Just got news on our colleague Jacob Bannis, whose grandfather passed earlier today, so let's keep him in our prayers. Those of you who know him personally, which I do not have the pleasure to, just wishing my best, my condolences. Moving forward, I'd like to get a motion on the floor to get the agenda of tonight's meetings approved.
A point of order?
Can we have a moment of silence for our member who died?
You're talking about our dear friend.
Sally? Yeah.
Liz, and I also had a point of order on the floor. I don't know if anybody heard me.
Oh, sorry, I did not.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted, regarding the agenda, there was an item, and no one followed up with me about it. I had put a motion on the floor, which was seconded, to look into concerns that a board member had regarding the exclusion on a task force.
That will be
And
discussing
I'm sorry, can I finish? I just wanted to say, so the meeting was cut short last time, and that item was at the bottom of the agenda. And so this item was not added to this agenda, even though it was not addressed last meeting. So where is this item on the agenda?
Jim, if you want me to answer, you can answer it, or I will. Up to you.
Unfortunately, I was under the opinion that it was Aisha who made the motion. So a letter went to Aisha and a bunch of other people, and it should have gone to you as well. What we did is we moved the item to the old business section of this meeting, so it will come up at that point.
Well, this is the question. It actually was my motion, so somebody could have just easily checked that, just so you know we're aware. And then the thing is, because the meeting was cut short last time and this item was not addressed, and I never received anything from anybody regarding this item and that the meeting was cut short and what the follow-up would be. And so this item it's possible to become a item on the actual along with the other items on the agenda instead of relegated to
All right, it's
the
very
old
simple.
business.
It's very simple. What you want to do is
If
to
I
just
could
add-
comment on
Yeah,
that.
yeah. Go ahead.
There's no difference between an item. I don't like the word relegated. This is just an item from last month and it goes in old business and we will get to old business and then we will discuss the item. And that's how this is generally done.
So
So that I believe is what we will be doing.
All right. So go ahead, Aisha, and then we'll get to put a motion on the floor. Go ahead, Aisha.
So it's my thought, first of all, I received the letter. The executive board should be in receipt of my response to that letter, which did not define anything. It did not specify what date of business, what type of meeting, what issue was at hand, who were the participants, whether it was a resolution, a motion, or any kind of action. It simply said, send your resolution. So I had no idea what is in reference to.
You're talking about the letter that was sent to you on Wednesday?
The letter that
you
was
answered
sent was absent
on
of
Wednesday?
it was absent of any context. in
Okay,
any
so
regard.
we'll get to discuss that during all.
That being said,
Yeah,
the
please.
fact that the meeting was ended abruptly last time, no communications went out to say to the board members, not only the board members, but the community at large, sorry for the abrupt ending of the meeting and whatever needed to be addressed that was left on the table. Nothing went out at all. Even to this point, we're sitting here and still nothing has gone out to address the fact that a meeting was ended abruptly and business was left on the table. That being said, I don't think that business item should be pushed yet again all the way to the end of the meeting when it was left at the end of the last meeting. It should be somewhere in the beginning of this meeting.
Okay, so we're gonna go through the business. Thank you. We're gonna go through the business of our agenda, and then we're gonna have a lengthy discussion during all business. Thank you. So the motion on the floor
I'm seconding Tanya's motion. I second her motion.
To the motion to what?
Amend the agenda to include this item on as a regular item on the agenda.
Okay, so that will be after we
not
vote on the
old
resolution.
business.
It will be considered.
It's not old business because it wasn't addressed at the last meeting.
So it will be.
If I might, there's a motion on the floor.
Listen, but we have to start a meeting. Come on, guys.
Yes. Let's.
The meeting has started. We're in the agenda.
We're not gonna create another chaos the same way that we did the last time. We're gonna have a civil discussion this time around. Go ahead, Barbara, and then we're gonna start the meeting.
I wanted to say very quickly vis-a-vis appointments and applications. If you go to Mark Levine, Borough President's website and look under community boards, everyone is listed along with their expiration date. And so, for example, Luana Ferreira, yes, you do expire this June or May, and you do need to reapply. But go to Mark Levine, Borough President website under community boards. Thank you
so much. Thank you for
the
that.
information. So,
Point of order.
Wait a minute. We're gonna get this meeting going.
The meeting hasn't started as far as I know.
It's gonna start right this minute.
So my question is in regards to a motion being on the floor that has already been seconded. Parliamentarian, can you advise us what would the functions be of the board when there's a motion that has been seconded on the floor?
Jim, answer
If
that.
that was
so we can
directed
move
to me, I
forward.
apologize because I was away,
Yeah,
but
go
I'm
ahead.
back. So
My question is what happens when there's a motion that has been seconded on the floor?
then we can discuss the motion or we can vote on it. And the motion, as I understand it, was to amend the agenda to move the topic from old business to the main part of the agenda. And since this is such a simple thing, I don't think we really need to discuss it. I think the board should vote on whether it wants to keep this item as old business, which is where it is now, or by voting for Tanya's amendment, we would move it to the regular body of the agenda. So I
So
believe we
point of-
should have a vote.
point
on-
of
So
clarification.
wait a minute. Who, once you said that, Aisha, now, did you hear what he said?
I did, but I believe that the idea of whether we discuss it or not,
Okay, so I have one more comment
A motion is
before,
discussable.
regardless, all right, wait a minute. Regardless of whether we put this, the order of where we put this item, which is irrelevant because we're gonna discuss it anyways. So one more comment, Liz, and then we're gonna move forward.
So it's just a question, if
ahead.
indeed we are putting this item under somewhere else on the agenda, which by the way, I would support, can somebody be clear as to where exactly it would go? Would it be before committee reports? Would it be during the chair's report? Where on the agenda would it go? Because if I understand the point of the motion, it's to have it happen earlier in the meeting when we still have, you know, people at the meeting.
Okay, regardless of, Jim, answer that before we move forward. I think it's just going around the circles about the same issues that will be discussed regardless. Go ahead.
in all due respect, I think that person,
Excuse me, let's
I
just
think
keep
that
the
that
order
question
here.
should be
Let's
posed
just
to the person
yeah,
putting
let's-
the
Go ahead, Jim. Can't do this the whole night.
It would help, as Liz pointed out, if we specified where in the agenda we want this moved motion to go.
And that would be up
Okay.
to the person making the motion.
Well,
So
we're gonna have, we
What I was going to say.
we can answer each other. One person at a time. Go ahead, Aisha.
Liz has made the point that I intended to interject with, which is that the motion should be questioned by the person putting it forward.
Okay, since it's Tanya's motion, Tanya, please tell us where in the regular agenda, and remember, we have elections that are important and so on and so forth. Where
ahead. Yeah, so
precisely
we can
in the
just vote
regular
on it.
agenda you would like this
Let's
moved?
do this. Let's do this. Just tell us what you wanted and we vote on it and we'll move forward. Go ahead, Tanya.
Yes, because I kept being muted. So can I speak?
One person at a time. Go right ahead.
I wasn't speaking over anybody. I think it should go before we have elected reports before the public session.
All right. Okay. That I have your opinion, and just 3 people have spoken for the last 10 minutes. I don't want this to be a meeting, not a person's meeting. Does anyone else have any other comments to make? Anyone else? Of the general meeting, not our meeting. Anyone else? No? So let's move forward. Jim, let's vote on Angel on what part, whether we should include it. 2 parts. First, whether we should include it as part of the agenda or just keep it in all business, and which part of the meeting. Go ahead, Angel, start calling.
I'm sorry, do people know what this is
wait,
about?
yeah, I just said
I'm
it.
sorry.
I just said it.
Can-
I just said it. Angel,
No, I'm
just
saying
say-
the topic of.
Excuse me, let's keep the order here. We're not gonna do that again. Debbie, one more comment.
Point of order.
Sorry,
We are,
can we?
point of order.
No, I was called on. Sorry.
Debbie, go ahead.
I don't know what it is. I'm sorry. I was a little late. I apologize. Just Eleazar, if you can briefly
No problem.
summarize it.
Jim, please explain it again, and then we'll vote on it.
Just what the topic, what this is.
Jim will
Remind
explain it. Jim will explain.
As I understand it, the topic of the motion is the fact that Aisha felt as a member of a task force that she was not being treated properly last month.
That's actually not the topic.
Okay.
Can I answer that? I was the one who made the
No,
motion.
wait a minute again. Please.
To begin
This
with,
is a
people
meeting.
should raise their hands, and I believe the person who should tell us what the topic is.
Incredibly.
Yeah, okay,
Again,
let me just
And
go
again,
on.
and I'll say it again. Just give an explanation so Debbie can understand it, and we will move forward. 10
Right, so-
minutes that we can put our heads together. Just explain it, please.
And so Tanya.
Okay,
Resolution.
thank you. Aisha had mentioned at the last meeting that an ongoing issue has been happening over several years actually about her being excluded. She's a member of the IT task force and she was being excluded from meetings, not included in any decisions, not included in the meetings. This is also something that I had brought up when I was on the executive committee for over a year, and it hadn't been addressed. And so I was a little shocked that it was still coming up. And I feel that I'm concerned about any kind of even hint of discrimination or exclusion on our board from any member. It doesn't matter who that person is. And I wanted to, the motion was
Okay.
that we
Okay.
should address this so that it can be addressed. Finally, get this addressed out in the
Okay.
open. Right.
Very good. So
Okay.
there's a
All
motion
right.
on the floor. Let me just summarize. To
Please,
move
yeah.
the motion that Tanya described just now, that motion from old business to the regular agenda, and Tanya already specified where in the agenda she would like it to be. So we are either going to move it or not
Okay.
move it, and people are going to vote on that
Point of
right
order.
now. And there will be
No.
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 Point
Wait a
of
minute.
order.
No. Wait a minute. Jim,
What?
are
Point
you
of
finished?
order.
Before you call your 20th point of order, Debbie had her
You're being
hand raised.
disrespectful now, and I
Go
don't
ahead.
deserve
Go
that.
ahead,
And
Debbie.
this is the
Go
tone
ahead,
that I
Debbie.
constantly receive from this administration.
Go ahead, Debbie.
Okay, so I mean, I would just say personally,
Mhm.
like it does seem like if it's a resolution about one board member, and it has been an issue for a few years. So I think that is an argument, just personally, that it could conceivably be considered old business. But can we just vote now? Because this is already
Please, yeah.
I
we're
raised the point
25
of
minutes in.
order. I raised the point of order.
What is your point of order?
What I wanted to do was specify that the
That
topic.
is not a point of order.
I'm
You're out
sorry.
of order.
Okay,
You are
so
not-
so
that
the
is
point
not
of the
a
point
point of order.
Excuse me.
I would like to
not-
finish.
question.
It doesn't
Call a
matter.
question,
It's not-
please.
Wait,
It's an
please,
election night.
please. It's an election night. Angel, just take the votes on those two items. This is ridiculous. Go ahead.
Robin,
I'm sorry, this is the
I
exact.
said we are going to
the
vote.
issues with the board. What I
No,
am not
we are going to
allow-
vote.
This is a
We are
part
gonna
of
vote.
the continuous discrimination and
Jonathan?
disrespect and limiting.
Yeah.
Can
Yeah.
someone turn off
do
a, good,
Yeah,
turn off.
I
I'm
just
sorry,
did.
the motion is
We are-
incorrect.
Go ahead.
Well, we're voting on it anyway.
Yeah. Go ahead, Angel.
It's not
But
about
this
the
is not-
topic. It's
this-
about, it is,
We can't do this.
Joel Abreu, how do you vote?
wow.
Just to clarify, I'm voting on whether to include it and where to include it, right?
Correct.
So
We're voting where
the
to
vote-
include it.
That's why I was trying to interject, but
So
instead you prefer to limit my dialogue
I think
so that we can continue.
I have the floor. So I just because you usually vote on a yes or no basis.
No,
can we
this
get
is
like
the
a
yes
clear?
or no basis.
Oh,
You're
so-
voting to move it specifically where Tanya wants or leave it where it is. And Tanya has already specified where it wants. So
It
it
is
is yes
currently-
or no. Either we
It is-
move it or not.
It's currently an old business. The motion is to move it to right before public session on the agenda.
So my vote is no.
Jumirna, how do you vote?
Move it up.
Mariel, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mary Anderson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Jay Bias, how do you vote?
Abstain.
Wayne Benjamin, how do you vote?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. Jim Berlin, how do you vote?
No.
Daniel Bonilla, how do you vote?
Abstain.
Let me remind everyone that the way we count our votes, just so you're
Jim, we
clear,
understand.
Let's just keep going.
abstains count as no votes. Just
We
be aware.
understand, Jim. Let's move.
Okay.
Jim, we understand.
We got it. Tanya Bonner,
Yes.
James Bosley,
No.
Darrell Cochran,
No.
Robin Cruz,
No.
Catherine Diaz,
Yes.
Mancita Diawara,
Yes.
Domingo Estevez,
Abstain.
Luana Ferreira,
Abstain.
Barbara Frazier,
No.
Okay, let me
Simaria
just,
Hernandez,
let me just
Simari-
vote. Let me vote first, but I'm gonna put you on speaker. so you can
Simaria
just sort of
Hernandez.
hear.
Debbie, you're on. Can you mute yourself? Thank you.
No.
Miriam James,
Abstain.
Leo Jimenez,
Abstain.
Michelle Lee,
Yes.
Francisco Lopez,
I abstain.
Elizabeth Ritter, Liz Ritter,
I vote yes.
Maria Luna, Maria. I'll come back to Maria. Emily,
Yes.
Isidro Medina, Debbie Nababian,
No, and just, I've got Jay on the line. He's having a hard time signing in, so I'm just gonna, just for the office, I'm gonna give him the phone number so that, but he'll need to be promoted probably.
okay. Aisha Ogilvy,
Yes.
Steve Simon, Steve Simon,
I don't think it's
Steve.
in.
Okay. I will come back. I vote no. And chair,
No.
before I get to you, okay.
No.
Angel, my name was not called.
Oh, I'm sorry, Richard. How do you vote?
I vote no. My name was not called either.
Okay, thank you for that reminder. I'm sorry, we're taking attendance as it's going, so I apologize for that. Carl, how do you vote?
I will abstain.
Okay. Let me
Also,
go back.
I'm here. I don't know what we're voting on. What are we-
That's OC. OC, we're currently voting on moving an agenda item that was in old business up to the regular business part of the agenda right before public session.
Okay, what's the item?
I'd like for Jim Berlin to chime in on the actual topic.
You mean the thing we're voting on?
Yeah.
It's a motion to move an item that was not discussed last month when the meeting terminated in an untimely manner, and which was, I suggested, and which was put into the old business section of this meeting, to move it to a specific section of the new business section of this meeting. So if you want to move it, vote yes. If you want to leave it back in old business, vote no.
Jim, she would like to know the exact topic. I think
That
it's
was the topic of the resolution. The topic of the resolution, generally speaking, is grievances that several board members feel we need to discuss in terms of how board personnel deal with one another.
Okay, and you are proposing to move it to the end of the agenda?
No, it already is at the end of the agenda. We're proposing, it's in the old business part of the agenda, which is at the very end. We're proposing to move it much earlier on, before, in fact, very close to the beginning of the meeting. That is
Yes. My vote is yes.
Thank you.
All right, I think I will intervene again now that I know what the issue is. So I will vote yes. Change my vote to yes, okay?
Okay, so give me 1 second. Let me just go back and do roll call of folks that I did not hear from when I first called. Luis Cruz,
Yes.
Maria
Angel, you
Luna,
didn't call me.
Maria Luna. I'm sorry, who was that just spoke as I called Maria's name?
You didn't call me.
Oh, Jonathan. There you go. Jonathan?
Yeah, I'm abstaining.
Jonathan, no se oye.
Jay Mazer, do we have you,
Abstain.
Jay?
Say abstain. You hear me?
Okay. Yes, I heard you. It's abstention. I got it.
Thanks.
Jay Mazer? Steve Simon?
Abstain.
Okay.
Hi, this is Jay Mazer. Can I be promoted to panelist?
You sure can.
Did they call my name? This is Maria Luna. I'm sorry that I
Yeah,
had to accept.
Maria,
the word
I did call your name.
Okay.
What's your vote?
I am abstaining also.
Okay. So then,
Have I been promoted?
yes. What is your
Yes.
vote?
Hello?
Jay?
Yes, you can
What-
speak.
What's your vote, Jay?
Since I didn't hear any of the discussion, since I couldn't get on the meeting, I'll have to abstain.
Thank you. Okay, so after that roll call, any other board members that I have not called at this point and have not voted?
Yeah. I think
Okay.
that all bases has been covered. So give us a vote so we can move forward.
So we
with,
have 13 in support, 13 in opposition, and 11 abstentions.
So the vote is technically, Jim, what would that mean? Motion moves,
Motion doesn't
move.
pass.
Motion
Correct.
doesn't
There's
pass.
no
Good enough.
business.
So,
Thank you, Elizabeth, for telling
all right.
us I was
so
supposed to go.
agenda adopted, so we'll move forward. The minutes, adoption of the minutes for November 2022. Can I get a motion on the floor to have those minutes adopted?
I motion.
Second, Isidro? Any abstentions? Any nays? No, motion passes. Minutes adopted. On my report, I'd like to, on a personal note, thank Catherine and Angel for doing the worst work back in the talk, for doing a considerably effort to continue to keep this board going, not just by voicing your opinions, but also doing the work. And on another note, we had almost daily contact with a lot of the people who have come into our country recently, the newcomers, the new arrivals, as Isidro likes to call them. We've been, as a community, been extremely helpful and welcoming to the needs of the people who have come looking for a helping hand. I know Domingo has done an extremely job. Thank you for the invite to bring them food, or was it lunch, or a couple of Fridays ago. Thank you for the opportunity to serve from my own end. We've been trying to get them the OSHA training in a local institute called the Renaissance Technical Institute, headed by David Giraldo. We've been able to get about 960 of these new arrivals OSHA training, and some of them jobs. About 40 people have been able to obtain construction jobs. So we've been trying to focus on the human side of what our community really needs. And I know that a few of you guys have been doing the same thing. So I'm just talking about my own experience, because I haven't really heard from more people except maybe Domingo. So I think that we're looking forward to continue to have a healthy discussion during the rest of the meeting. Those of you who have not signed up for the public session, this is the time. Please do so. We would love to hear your opinions. Could be a little rusty along the way, but it's gonna. At the end of the day, we all have the hearts in the right places. So, with that, I'm gonna finish my report, and I think I have a hand raised. Liz Reader.
Yeah, I feel like now is an appropriate time to have a moment of silence for Sally Fisher, our beloved board member who died on in November, on November 29th. And I would like to share the information from her family that there will be a funeral for her on Saturday, January 21st at 10:30 a.m. at the Cathedral of St. John the Divine, which is at 1047 Amsterdam Avenue. And as they need an approximate head count in order to determine where in the church they will be having the service, to please email Catherine, that's with a C, .lowenthal@gmail.com. And I will send this information to the district manager so that he can share it with the board.
For the memories of Richard Lewis, Sally Fisher, and Betty Lehman. Incredible, great people who put the community's agenda and interest first and their own second. For those three, thank you for all you've done. Thank you, Liz, for bringing that up. Or reminding us, rather. Thank you very much. We're gonna move forward with our nominating committee chair, Darrell Cochran. Floor is yours.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you. So we are here again at our elections for 2022 for the upcoming year, 2023. First, I just want to thank all of the current officers for your year of service. We really appreciate it. Thank you. And also I want to thank my fellow nominations committee members. The work is almost done and we'll get started shortly. But we are going to basically go through each office from assistant secretary, treasurer, second vice chair, first vice chair, and chair. There is no nomination for secretary at this time. There is one position that is contested. That is that of first vice chair. That is Aisha Ogilvy and Angel Vasquez, and I say that in alphabetical order. And the other officer roles have one person running again, except for secretary. Each person will be given 2 minutes. The nominees for first vice chair will be given 2.5 minutes for a speech. If you have any questions, you can feel free to email me, but I'm also happy to open them up to the floor for those who are uncontested races. We could limit it to 2. For the contested race, we can open it up to a few more minutes of questions if folks have a question. And if you've asked one question, please feel free. Please try to respect time. And if someone else has a question, please let them ask it. So with no further ado, and then once this part is over and we start to the voting, I will explain a little more about voting and how that's going to work. Since we're all virtual, it will be a link, but again, more on that later after the speeches, okay? So I did want to start with Assistant Secretary. And for 2 minutes, and I'll have my timer up so you can see it, Jumrina Alcober. I'm sorry if I mispronounce anyone's name.
Hey, is it okay if I use the timer on my end too, just in case?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so just give me the green light.
Sorry, I can
sorry.
I can manage the time if you want.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you, Robin.
Okay, you got 2 minutes, right?
Yes.
All right, starting now. All right, good. All right, good evening, board members and all those in attendance. My name is Jumirna Alcoba Ramirez, and I'm a candidate for the Assistant Secretary position within our Community Board 12. It has been very humbling to receive this nomination by my fellow board members, and I truly appreciate your consideration. A little bit about me: I have lived in Washington Heights all my life. The only times I have left the neighborhood have been to complete my undergraduate and graduate studies in Buffalo, New York. My experiences in education have helped me recognize my passion for community and leadership, and since returning, I have placed myself in spaces to give back to the Heights. I was first appointed to the board in September 2021 after various years of failed attempts. When I was finally granted the opportunity to serve, I was the youngest board member. I was very proud of myself because from my experiences in the neighborhood, I felt there were little to no opportunities for young people like myself to express leadership or to develop it. I would hear things about not being ready or not having enough experience or knowledge to advocate. When coming onto the board, I knew this was the ideal place for me to express my style and eliminate that stigma around young leaders and bring innovative thinking. With a master's degree in organizational leadership, I have brought my emotional intelligence and critical thinking skills to this board. I have listened, observed, and learned while here, and I seek to bring upon positive change. One of the first things I would like to address within the board as Assistant Secretary is time management with outreach and communications. I want communications to arrive to board members with enough time that allow them to review availability. And I want to enhance our communication strategies to create more transparency, especially within the decision-making processes. I also seek to honor the time commitment of those who serve and support our chairs and respect agenda timeframes. I value ethics, diversity, and most importantly, respect. I believe in collaboration and opportunity. And as Assistant Secretary, it will be my honor to share my skills with my community. So thank you very much for your time.
Time's up.
Very nice. Thank you. At this time, if there are any questions from any board members, please unmute yourself and feel free to ask. I see Wayne Benjamin.
Hi, good evening. Jamina, I just wanted you to elaborate a bit more on your vision, your understanding of the role of Assistant Secretary and what you want to do in that role.
Well, pretty much, I think that from my reading previous agendas and minutes, I realized that things could be briefed up a little bit more. Sometimes they can become a little bit too lengthy. And they can be abbreviated and I guess framed a little bit different. So pretty much it would be supporting our secretary, but from my understanding, there isn't somebody going for that role or was nominated. So pretty much I'm seeking to enhance communications and maintaining records of what we discussed during our general board meetings.
Great, thank you. I see another hand from Barbara Frazier.
Yes, Jamira, what do you feel you've accomplished so far on the board, or what do you think your greatest accomplishment is?
Well, I would say my greatest accomplishment on the board so far was bringing upon dialogue amongst a different demographic of people. One of the things I've always wanted to address is age discrimination. And a lot of time when we think about age discrimination, we think about our elders, but age discrimination also exists amongst young people. And that's one thing I've tried to address while being on this space, is advocating for myself as a young person and just bringing awareness to young folks who want to be in these spaces. However, that's not too common. And I think that's something I'm still trying to work on.
How have you specifically done that?
I would say my interpersonal networks and through my employment opportunities. I've worked with high school students, I work with undergraduate students and graduate students, encouraging them to become civically engaged in their communities. So I feel my impact is not just directly here, it's outside of this board, and there's only so much this board can do. There's a lot of limitations, and I feel like where my impact is outside of the board as well. So I think that's different.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I did forget to mention one thing for questions for all the candidates. The answers, if you could keep them to 30 seconds. Jamina, you already did that, so thank you. I appreciate it. I did want to limit the questions to 2 for uncontested races. I see hands with Isidro and Francisco. Are they compelling questions you need to get up, or
No, I
should we
just
move on?
wanted to tell you, Mina, that we're lucky to have you, and thank you for taking on this role. You're gonna do an amazing job, and thank you.
I actually echo Francisco's comments, so it's good.
Okay, thank you both.
May I ask a very quick procedural question?
Sure.
In case there is no nomination for secretary and we wind up not having someone standing for the office of secretary, Jamirna, are you willing to ascend to secretary, which is what the bylaws say happens to the assistant secretary if there is no secretary?
Hang on a second. Daryl, would it be procedurally for you to be the one asking that, even though Liz just pointed it out? How does that work?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think the question was really for her, but procedurally speaking, yes, if folks are unaware of that, no one was nominated themselves or somebody else successfully for the secretary role. So I think it's been known since the last meeting that yes, in this instance, with our current bylaws, the person, if there is no secretary, the person who becomes assistant secretary will be elevated to secretary. Did I guess Liz's questions, if you had any feelings about that, or if you're prepared for that, if you want to quickly answer that?
It's literally a yes or no question. Are you willing and prepared to assume that role if there is no secretary?
Yes.
Great.
You have Domingo's hand up for.
Thank you. Domingo, real quick.
Yeah, just a comment. As in my brief stint as public safety, all I could say is to the fellow board members is Jamina, somebody who's equipped, very vocal, and also knows how to express herself very eloquently. And she has proven leadership throughout the board just by simply amplifying her voice and those of the individuals that she grew up with, right? So I think as we look, similar to what she said, being able to amplify her own experience and bring it to the board, I think is something great, and you've done a great job. So thank you for stepping up, Julia.
Thanks, Domingo.
With no further ado, we'll move ahead. I do want to, I guess, one thing that came up that I maybe wasn't necessarily expecting, but I think you see outpouring of love and respect for a candidate. It's fantastic. But really, if you could limit to questions, that would be great. But, you know, I think that I'm certainly know the candidate, I'm sure appreciates, you know, all the well wishes. And next, so thank you again, Jamirna. Next, we will move on to the treasurer position. And again, that is an uncontested role, and that is Michelle Lee. Michelle, are you around somewhere?
Yep. Hi, can you hear me?
Oh, there you are. Okay. Hi, so you have 2 minutes. Robin will instruct you.
Whenever,
Go
whenever
over.
she's ready.
Okay, go for it. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna start and hopefully my internet doesn't cut out because it's been a little bit flaky all day. So if it does, just gonna hop back on. Hi, everybody. My name is Michelle Lee. I want to start by thanking everyone here for your participation on the board. I'm really honored to be nominated for the role of the treasurer. And I just want to pause for a moment to remember our friend and fellow CB12 member, Sally Fisher, who most recently served in this role. May her memory inspire us to do more and be better. I am motivated to serve as treasurer in order to make our community better. I myself am not much of a talker in our meetings, but I really excel at doing the blue work, such as taking notes during committee meetings and listening. For example, I spent a lot of time listening to tenant association meetings in relation to the 37 Hillside Avenue resolution. And I really enjoy connecting with people and sharing what I learned from the board. For example, telling my mom's groups about playground completion dates, which is what everyone cares about. My personal goal is to use my intermediate Chinese language skills to do outreach to small business owners in our district who are Chinese, to understand their needs and to connect them with agencies. As treasurer, I would like to make the finances of our board more transparent to our board members and to streamline the processing of the crystal reports. In terms of my qualifications for being a treasurer, my day job revolves around data. In my most recent role, I managed a team of 3 other engineers and worked closely with finance. My team was responsible for collecting and QAing all the data we needed to calculate client usage and bill hundreds of clients for a fintech company with a valuation of over $1 billion. While I'm not an accountant, I have experience working with numbers and automating recurring financial processes. I want to end with the words of Grace Lee Boggs, an Asian American activist. She said, "If we want to see change in our lives, we need to change things ourselves." Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate that. And so now we will open it up to questions. And if you can remember to keep your answers to 30 seconds or less, I'd appreciate it.
I make a comment.
A comment or a question?
Comment.
Okay, I see no
All
questions at the moment, so go for it.
Good, Michelle. I think I told you this last night. I think what you did, the advocated, and how you went out and knocked at just about every door and just handed, leaflets or flyers or whatever you did. It was great. When we were trying to get the extra day that the construction company wanted on that street that you just mentioned, it was great. Your activism and the way that you handled it, shows how what a community board member should really look like. And I commend you for that. So we're glad to have you with us. Thank you.
I see a couple questions. First, I saw Aisha. Go ahead.
Hi. Michelle, so I have the benefit of serving on Housing and Human Services with you. So I've seen you at work. I welcome you to the board. Having been on the board for 9 years, that is the zest that we need on our board. I'm very interested in seeing how you bring all of your talents and your expertise to the treasury role. One of the things that you pointed out was how you would change the processing of the crystal report. Can you explain a little bit more of what you know about it and how you see that you can make changes where that's concerned?
Yeah, certainly. So what I know about it is it's a report that gets sent from the district manager to the treasurer every month. Unfortunately, I haven't seen a crystal report yet. And there's an Excel template that basically takes the crystal report and processes it into something that is very readable for the rest of us. I think there are probably ways to automate that, Aisha, that could make it slightly easier and make it really quick to do it on a monthly basis. And then I also think transparency is something that would be really nice, is having folks on the board aware of the finances and the financial situation.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's one more hand, Tanya.
Yes. Hi, Michelle. Yes, and also welcome to our, I'm glad you're on the board. I just had a quick question. I think it's kind of related to what you were starting to talk about. And it is about what is your vision for creating more communication and transparency and with the board in terms of financial decisions and any other financial matters? What is your vision for how to achieve that, where we can improve, and how you see your role in that? Thank you.
Yeah, certainly. That's a great question, Tanya, and that's something I, have an idea for, but definitely would learn more, if I do become the treasurer. I think right now my understanding is that the treasurer presents at the executive committee the results of the Crystal report, and that kind of stays within the executive committee. It's sort of an ongoing agenda item. However, it's not really visible to the rest of the community board outside of that group. So my idea would be to send this to the district manager, ask the district manager to perhaps send it out to the rest of the group. And, of course, taking feedback from CB12 members to see if people would like this on a more frequent or less frequent cadence.
Thank you. I see no more questions or comments. So at this point, thank you, Michelle. Really appreciate your time. Before we move on to the next position, if I could just please ask the staff, Ebenezer, Paula, Chanel, if you could just provide me, before we get started with voting, the number of board members in attendance currently, that would be great. And for the board members, I will explain what that number means before we start voting. And now we'll move on to a second vice chair. That is Simari Hernandez.
Thank you, Daryl. Good evening, everyone. My name is Simari Hernandez. As someone who grew up on 174th Street within Community Board 12 area, I'm thrilled to be serving on this board. It is an opportunity to serve the community that raised me. And although time has passed, I have a firsthand experience of the ailments impacting. Hold on, those questions are not for me, right? Not yet. Okay, sorry. Of the ailments, I have a firsthand experience of the ailments impacting the people here and areas of growth to address. As a member of the board since 2020, serving on both the licensing committee and the business development committee, I have gained insight into how the board functions. With that in mind, I am now happy to accept this new challenge to run for second vice chair of the board. As second vice chair, I look forward to working within the lens of 3 overarching themes, including communication, empowerment, and engagement, with an emphasis on collaboration. I will work in partnership with members and the public to identify and bridge any communication gaps. We will work together with staff, board committee chairs, and the IT task force to build up our distribution list and ensure they are accurate. This work will allow for all interested stakeholders to receive materials from the board, from event flyers to boost participation, to resources that will inform and equip the public with materials to address their needs in a timely fashion. I seek to work with the board to empower our public, both to be aware that the board is here as a resource and also to feel comfortable in reaching out for support and information. I seek to encourage our community to become advocates for their needs. And lastly, engagement, to involve the public, local organization, members and groups across levels of government, not only to participate in corresponding committee and general meetings, but also events and other engagements hosted by the board. Thank you all for the nomination and the opportunity to serve as the second vice chair. I'm not sure if that's in 2 minutes.
Yeah, I think it was under. Yes, thank you.
Yes, 2 minutes.
And brevity on the board is always wonderful too. So thank you. I see, wow, 5 questions all of a sudden, but I'll take them in the order I saw them pop up. I will start with Mr. Nobles Crawford.
Thank you, Daryl. Thank you, Daryl, as the chair. Thank you to the NomCom. I don't really have a question for somebody, but what I want to do is give her a nomination from me. I worked with her 2 years on the non-com committee, and I can tell you straight up, you'd be hard pressed to find harder workers on the community board. People that say they're going to do what they're going to do and actually do it than Simari. I am 100% behind her in this. I've cherished the time I worked with her on the non-com and other things. And go get them, girl. Like, well done. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Nobles.
Thank you. I next saw Isidro.
Thank you so much, Darryl. Doing a great job, by the way. I'm going to echo what Darryl said. Simari has been a workhorse at licensing. I just hope that I don't lose her. So that'll be my only complaint. But all the best for you, Simari.
Thank you, Isidro.
And next I saw Leo.
Thank you, Daryl. Just want to piggyback off Nobles and Isidro. I've been at a couple of committees with Simari and the licensing and the NOMCOM, and you won't find a harder worker. Nobles is completely correct. She has attention to detail. She facilitates for her other board members, often taking on tasks when other people don't want to. I think that she's be great for a position and definitely a push forward in the board. So she has my nomination as well.
Thank you, Leo.
Thank you. Eleazar.
Samaris, what does it mean to you? What it is like to be a board member? What's your definition of what a board member should do and what should be?
I think a board member should be someone, kind of how you guys define me a little bit, someone who not only identifies the needs, but rolls up their sleeves and does the work. I think incites the call to action in others. I think that those are two key components of being a board member to me. Aside from it being a volunteer, I think the commitment should be visibly present, not something just to take up some time.
Thank you. I next saw Francisco.
Yes, I want to echo everything that everyone has said about Simari, because she's really dope. Like, you know, she's helped me out on business development, reaching out to elected, reaching out to the state, and getting results. And, you know, it's one thing to have the connections. It's another thing when people respond back to you. So, and Simari definitely always gets somebody to respond to her. But I wanted to ask you, Simari, since you've been on the board, how do you see your community now being on the board, seeing like the behind the scenes stuff that we do on the board that affects the community from before when you were just a community member and you had no idea what the board did? Like, what are some of the differences you see from your eyes?
Great question, Cisco.
I think differences are, as a public member or a member of the public in general, like you think, oh, these people are supposed to have the answers, or they're supposed to have the resource packet or the connections. But I think being here has made it visible that it's not a one-stop shop information hub. It's all about connections, like you stated. So making sure you connect with the right people that will then connect you to someone else. So I think working here has expanded my network of people. So I'm hoping to work off of that, just to expand to the community at large. I think there's still a lot of work to do. Just again, with what I said before, like making the public aware that it is a resource, even though we may have people reaching out, sometimes it's the same people. So I think making sure we reach a larger target audience of the whole community. That's kind of what I've seen. Like people like to put the blame or like pass off the responsibility to someone else. I think here we really see the insider group of those stepping up to do the work.
Thank you. Final two questions or comments real quick from Robin.
Just a comment. I just want to say to Simari, she's an amazing board member, and amazing. She always gives 100%, more than that, 120%. She always willing, and she's working hard. Thank you, Simari, to being in the board.
Thank you, Robin.
And the last word for this position will be Faye Florimo.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Yes, Simari, since I know Simari for quite some time, when I used to be at the CC, I know that all of she would bring is just quality, you know, in terms of contribution to our board. And from what I can understand, my only question that I would have besides saying thank you for accepting this position, I'm wondering if she will, if she has in mind to bring, like, for example, any new ideas in terms of things that she already observed the way that we're functioning. Is she having minds to bring some new ideas as to how we can improve our work, the way that we function?
Thank you, Faye. So I think I definitely have a few ideas from the communication and outreach, like Jumina pointed out earlier, just not only having it sent out in a timely fashion, but also translated versions. I know we have a variety of languages in the area, not only English and Spanish. So I think addressing the language barriers, like Michelle pointed out earlier with Chinese or Mandarin, and a wide scope of languages that are here. We're in the district, I know there's like about 32 in the schools, I would say. So I think the communications, but also community board hosted events. I'm not sure, I've seen many of those before, and I know I'm having an event planning tick. So I think I'm open to collaborating and hosting a wellness. I know wellness is very top of the mind now, not only physical, mental, but socio-emotional with the ailments of the pandemic that impacted the area. But I think something of that sort that is hosted by the community board, even if it's something that's already being held. I think bringing some of those type of events and communication, language barrier pieces are two things that come top of mind.
Well, I'm really looking forward to that. And I know that you are a little bit shy, but I know more than being shy, I know you are a great potential, and definitely count with our collective support, especially my support, since I cannot speak for my colleagues, but definitely you got me in terms that, anything that you think I can contribute as well. So I will be my pleasure to work with you.
Thank you, Faye.
Thank you, Faye. We have 2 more positions, 3 more candidates. Again, I would just want to be respectful of time. The candidate's been great, but I'd like to start voting in the next 10, 15 minutes if possible. So that said, we will move on to our first vice chair position. Again, this is the only position that is contested, and I will call upon each candidate in alphabetical order. There are 2 candidates. So Aisha Ogilvy, you have 2.5 minutes for your speech. Go for it.
Good evening, board members. So to begin with, I'm a lifelong resident of Washington Heights. I've been in the community for 43 years. All of my schooling took place in our district from elementary through high school before going to school in Buffalo, New York at Canisius College, and then returning to New York at NYU. Most of my employment background is in administration and technology. At one point, I managed an office of over 200 IT employees while simultaneously operating as the move coordinator for the entire IT department of 1,000+ employees. I assessed the technological, logistical, and even personal accommodation needs of each person, and then worked with other departments to affect their moves. I was commended with a rare company 2-step promotion. It's that work which inspired me to delve further into technology. I've since worked for more than a decade for brands such as Google, Microsoft, Samsung, Nintendo, and Canon. I've personally been trained at their headquarters directly by the architects of the products that we use every day. I have intimate knowledge of the software, hardware, operating systems, ecosystems, and services of those brands. It is that kind of knowledge that I intend to bring to the role of the first vice chair position for the purpose of streamlining our workflow and our processes to assist in providing equity and fairness, as well as a productive business environment that leans on a developed business acumen that we can source all of the skills of the 50 board members and what they bring to the table. I feel like in my time in being a board member, the structure of what exists, the way that business is operated, both in meetings as well as in the board office, has lent to inequities in our process. I have pushed as a board member also as a previous chair of the Housing and Human Services Committee, as a member of the Personnel Committee. I've served on Parks, Health and Environment. Not Health and Environment. I've served on Parks, Housing and Human Services. I am now on Land Use and Housing and Human Services, and I also am the former chair of the IT Committee. In all of those, I have pushed to make recommendations that lean towards policy that can aid the board in implementing the changes that could be beneficial for all of us. I have also advocated and pulling from my activist background, I've worked diligently with community members to push forward initiatives that are beneficial to the members of our community and our residents. I also advocate for residents in the community as well. And I pull from that into our board process to also advocate not only for self, but for all of us. What happens to one of us can happen to any of us. And it is important that we have processes and policy that lend towards fairness, equity for ourselves so that we can do the good work that we are all here to do.
Thank you, Aisha. Does anyone have any questions for Aisha, candidate for first vice chair? I see two already. First, we'll go with Wayne Benjamin.
Hi, good evening again. Aisha, could you please elaborate for us on your understanding of the role of the first vice chair in the context of board operations and what you want to bring to that role to enhance the operations of the board?
So to begin with, I know that the first vice chair serves as second hand to the board chair. Whereas when the board chair is not able to complete the board chair's functions, whether it be in running meetings or pushing forward initiatives that the board has ratified via resolution to stand in for the board chair in those times. I feel like being on the board for 9 years and 7 months at this juncture, I bring to the board a depth of understanding via the senior members that I've learned from on this board of how the process is supposed to work, of what our bylaws says in that regard. But also I bring some of the experience that I've already spoken about, the ability to change our processes via technology. Previously, I won the opportunity for Microsoft to assist us in implementing a platform to automate some of our board processes for that purpose. That's the kind of idea that I would like to bring.
Thank you. And again, for candidates to, I know there are questions, if you could limit the answers to 30 seconds, and if you could limit the questions to 30 seconds too, that would be great. I did see Isidro, but is your hand down now?
It's down, thank you.
Okay, then next I saw Jamirna.
Thank you. Hey, Aisha. So I have a quick question. My question would be, as a woman of color in this leadership role and your experiences here on this board, what would be an advice you'll give to other young women who seek to grow and express leadership in spaces like these?
Thank you for the question, Jamina. As a woman of color, I find it is important in every action that we participate in on this board to think about those that come behind us, as well as those who have come before us, in making sure that we're holding space for the fact that there can be marginalization that takes place in these spaces, and that this should not be where free speech comes to die, especially something that we are a function of government. We're a city agency, and we represent the constituents of our community. It is important that we hold space not only for ourselves, but for them as well. And that we always are pushing towards equity, fairness, and justice in all the things that we do, because it matters.
Thank you. Francisco, did you have a question anymore or no? Your hand was up and down. Where'd you go?
No, I'm good right now.
Okay, thank you. I see Michelle and then Liz, and then we'll wrap it up. Oh, and Tanya. I'm sorry.
Hi, Aisha. I wanted to just commend you for your work on advocating for 705 and 709 West 170th Street. Those are buildings that are in disrepair that I've seen Aisha advocate for in Housing and Human Services. And I really appreciate all the work that you've done to pull together the videos and the pictures and present it to the DOB to push them to create action. So thanks for your advocacy on behalf of those tenants.
Thank you so much, Michelle. And in that regard, today I saw a sign go up on those buildings saying we are an organized tenancy. And they had media that was present there. And so hopefully we're going to see some new developments with changes that make those buildings habitable. Thank you.
Great to hear.
I see Liz and then Tanya.
Yeah, I just want to ask quickly if you could speak to another of the responsibilities of the second vice chair is of the first vice chair is often to run meetings. So we've had things be kind of all over the place in the history of this board. I've been on the board for 25 years. Some people are just better at running meetings than others. Can you talk a little bit about your ability to run meetings and the kinds of things that you would do to keep meetings on track and orderly?
Well, I have a depth of, oh, sorry. I didn't want to interrupt the last part of what you were going to say.
No, and collegial and productive.
So I have a depth of experience in doing so. Some board members may be aware of my position as chair of Housing and Human Services previously, where I served during the rezoning process. I've pushed various topics forward within meetings and advocated for the involvement of the community, at times having people even in the stairwell waiting to come up to the meeting because of the work that I did in order to promote that meeting. A big part of what we do is representation, but how can we represent people who are not at the table with us? That's something that I really took to heart. And I think that that's something that I can implement as first vice chair, is implementing a structure that promotes our functions to the broader community. But I have run efficient meetings. I have run meetings that were difficult because of the parties that were in the meeting that may have had ideas that run counter to each other. And I have, each resolution that I've ever put forward as a chair has passed, some unanimously. That's something that I take great pride in. And I feel like as chair of Housing and Human Services, there's a great body of work that has come out and been ratified by the full board as a result of my leadership there. And I feel like as first vice chair, I have a keen understanding of that. And I also have been able to watch the senior members who have been fantastic mentors in that regard. Bring that to the table as well. Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut off your last response. There's one last question from Tanya, then we can move on to the next candidate. Tanya?
Yes, Aisha, one of the things that, you've put forth, in my time here, I've seen you put forth a number of totally outside of your roles. You would just suggest a lot of helpful things to help the board to run better. And I've appreciated that. I just wanted to say that, to you. One of the things that I was fascinated by is one of the proposals you had about really looking at merit in terms of what people contribute, how we recognize people's contributions, so that things are equitable in terms of decisions that we make about people on our board. How do you see yourself working with the others in terms of education about that, but also advancement of this concept of helping to, create a process that is based on, that can really look at contributions of board members and roles in which they would be best suited based on that.
So thank you for the question, Tanya. I actually already have put forward a resolution in that regard and stepped back. It ended up being tabled because I wanted to research and have a better understanding as far as citywide, how something like that would be approached, and looking to other bodies that operate in a similar way to our board to implement a similar process that would lean on making sure that the work that we do is followed through on. I have in my time seen many resolutions and efforts be tabled, disregarded, dropped, and not followed through on according to our bylaws. And that's one thing that as first vice chair, I could bring to the table is an understanding that comes from my background in technology about how to automate processes, how to automate follow through on the things that we are required to do that we are currently dropping the ball on. It's important that we not have resolutions, for instance, a building that was in disrepair for 8 years that meant to restore the people who that building falling into disrepair displaced. And this board passed multiple resolutions in that regard, but there was no advocacy on the part of our executive leadership to make sure that there's follow through for the constituents in that building.
Thank you, Aisha.
Take that seriously.
Sorry, I want to be mindful of time. I do want to move on to the next candidate. There's someone who hasn't asked a question yet. OC, is it burning? Is it quick?
It is quick.
Okay.
I think that it's actually a comment. We are gonna potentially have a great chance to have all women on the executive committee. Okay.
All right. Okay.
And I feel I want to finish my thought. I feel that it's amazing. It's something to celebrate. And I don't know if that will happen if we are going to be the first among the 59 community boards. So I just want to point that out. It's going to be amazing. Thank you.
Thank you for that last comment. I will move on to our next candidate for first vice chair, Angel Vasquez. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Wonderful. Thank you, Darryl. And thank you to the nominating committee for all the work that you have done. And I also want to thank everyone here tonight. We have to often remember that this is very much a volunteer board. And so being here, being present, shows really how much we care and how passionate we are about our community and for the progress of our community. To just give you some, historical context of my time on the board and kind of my journey. I joined in May 2020. I have served as the assistant chair to the licensing committee since January 2021, and I was elected to the second vice chairmanship in January 2020. So this is coming up a year. I think one of the struggles that we have had as an executive committee is not having a full executive committee, right? So having positions that have not been filled. And, I will like to say that I stepped up in that sense, and we didn't have a secretary, and I have been playing that role for the last year. And it is, a very time-consuming role, but I do that because I care about this board, I care about my community, I care about the product of what we are able to present, and the business of this board. And so, stepping up for me was not a question. It was something that I saw that needed to be done because I consider myself a doer. I also believe that Catherine, who we hopefully will be able to name as our chair after tonight, have a very great working relationship. I think We have also shown our ability to work together. We have stepped up in the last couple of months in terms of chairing meetings, and I have received feedback from board members saying, I appreciate how smooth that board meeting was ran. I appreciate the consistency, and I appreciate the fact that we were able to move board business forward. And with that being said, that is ultimately the task of this community board. We have business that it comes before us that we are responsible for. And so my goal is really to be able to work with the chair and work with the other members of the executive committee to keep that business moving forward in a productive and a very constructive kind of manner. That is the number one goal of our board. We are here to move this business forward. We are here to be productive for our community and for our neighborhood to see its progress. With that being said, though, I do acknowledge that there are some areas of growth. I would say we need to improve our public engagement overall. And I would also say that we need to tighten up our organizational structure. Meetings need to be run a little bit more smoothly, a lot more smoothly, I would say. I think we also need to work on building some better relationships and bonds amongst ourselves as board members. We have to remember, we all just came out of a pandemic. It's been 2.5 years, and many of us don't really know each other. There's a lot of board members that are brand new. And so I would, as first vice chair, I'm going to be encouraging to do some more in-person participation, because the messiness of democracy really gets done in person and when you're talking to people. And I think that that's very important. So with that said, I am honored. Yep. Thank you.
Great.
End it there then.
Thank you so much, Angel. Bunch of questions have popped up, a lot of hands. Again, please keep your questions or comments as concise as possible to give the candidate as much time to answer. The first hand I saw was Leo.
Thank you again, Daryl. So I want to agree with OC. We should continue to empower our women to take leadership positions like Kathy, Simari. But that being said, I think we should also consider, whether it's male or female or depends on your gender, we should consider people who merit their work, who not only try to work collectively with the other board members, but people who collaborate amongst other stakeholders. So my question is to Angel. Angel, again, thank you for the work you've done. I came in with you and you've stepped up and shown leadership and has helped me with my time on the board. So my question is, how will you address those board members that continuously cause divisiveness, often ensuing in nonsensical conversations, and often sabotaging the spaces meant to conduct actual business in a professional manner?
Well, thank you for the question, Leo. I think going back to that last point that I was making, I think that we have some work to do in relationship building among board members. And I think that a lot of that can be done if we can go back to a space where we can have conversations in person. I personally find this virtual space not personable enough, right? It's very challenging to get to know somebody, get to know them outside of their board capacity, and get to see the humanity in people, right? And I think we can get there if we have more of those in-person opportunities to interact with one another. And then as it relates to the process to board business, again, one of the points that I made during my presentation is I think we need to be more consistent with timing. We need to be more consistent with the way we manage board business so that everyone feels like their voice is heard. There is equal opportunity for people's voices to be heard, and we can deliver as a board based on the different opinions that are being brought to the table.
Thank you, Angel. Along those lines, I will say, in case you haven't noticed, I'm a softie on time this evening. It is 8 o'clock.
I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault. I've been lenient.
I'll be quicker, I promise, Daryl.
No, I've been lenient on everyone. I don't want to rush anyone, but there are 7 hands up. Some that haven't spoken, but please, again, be brief. I see Isidro. Go.
Thank you, Chair. And Angel, thank you so much for the work that you have done on licensing. You stepped that up very nicely, and you do a great job in leading meetings when I'm not there. I also appreciate the fact that you are very collegial. You approach people when you see issues. You do not confront them in a nasty way. So it's something that you have those skills, and I'm looking forward to seeing you as vice chair, first vice chair. The question that I have for you is, taking into account that you'll be the first vice chair, will you be ready and willing to take up when Catherine is not present, as you become then chair by default, and how you handle some of the issues that are affecting the community board and wasting time with things that practically would take us to nowhere?
Yeah, no, the answer to your first question is absolutely yes. I am willing and able and ready to step up to be chair in those moments that Catherine, which we hope will be elected chair by the end of tonight, absolutely. And again, going back to the point that I just made, I think it's about being able to bring a cadence to our meetings, bringing the procedures. I personally am committing myself over the holiday weekend. I have a book on parliamentary procedures that I will be reading. I am personally committed to learning more about that. Jim, I'm not trying to take your job, by the way. I just would like to be more knowledgeable on those proceedings.
Thank you. Required reading for everyone. Robin Cruz.
Yes, Angel, my question for you. Can you elaborate on the activities or projects that you have been involved and are important to the community?
Locally, I mean, I've been do you mean just outside of the community board capacity or in the community board capacity?
In the community board, in the community capacity.
I mean, I think being present, I've stepped up as secretary. To be quite honest, that has been a very, that this is a volunteer board, and that is an additional responsibility that I have had to take on. And I did it because I care about the board and because I am a doer. I think that working with an executive committee that only had 3 members was a challenge and was a struggle. And I hope that we don't have to deal or have to navigate that challenge, in particular that struggle, in this upcoming year, because I think we'll be able to do a lot more if we have a full executive committee that we can work with.
Thank you. Jonathan Frometta.
Thank you. I basically have a question to Angel. Many occasions we have the chair needing some help in order to keep the meetings organized, and I wanted to ask, how do you think, or how you pretend to organize or keep organized the meetings in order to have all our topics, especially in general meetings, where some topics I think are not well organized, and I don't think they are not addressed on the best for the best of the community, right? So how do you think we're going to keep this organization when we are treating topics for the good of the community?
Yeah, something that I've discussed with Catherine, and I think I've discussed with other board members too, just offhand, is possibly making better use of our executive committee meetings, because that's another space that we can really do better at moving board business forward and then bringing things up before the general board meeting. And so I think making better use of that time so that it doesn't very much feel like we are replicating the executive committee and the general board meeting, but rather we are doing business during the executive committee meetings that we can present to the general board meeting and help us move things a little bit forward. I don't know if I answered your question, but I wanted to throw that in there as well as something that I've been discussing with people.
Thank you. We have 4 more questions. I'd really like to start voting by 8:15. Nobles.
Cool. Thank you, Daryl. Long-time listener, second-time caller. Angel, look, I've known you certainly to be working your butt off on the board. I mean, one of the biggest things that I've recognized about your get up and go-ness has been how so willing you've been to take copious notes during the general meetings when we haven't had a secretary with Catherine. I think that relationship is special, and I appreciate you for your work there. My question for you, especially hearing about being a conciliatory presence and really striving for that in the next board. I want to know like what your approach will be to social media as we, go into, I guess, more growing pains of a new technological society and people waking up to the fact that everybody has a voice that can reach people immediately. How are you going to approach this next year if you are able to get this position? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that question, actually, Nobles. I think that this is an area where we need to do a lot more work with the borough president's office. And it's not just this area, there are many other areas as well, where I think that they can be a lot more supportive because it's challenging for a board of 50 people to try to hold each other accountable when we're on a volunteer basis, we're maybe doing 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours a month, right? Like it's very challenging. We're not together all the time, doing business together all the time. And I think we have a borough president's office where we can tap into their resources and be more demanding of what they have to offer in terms of providing stronger policies, in terms of providing better accountability. I'm not saying that we should relinquish those responsibilities, but absolutely need to tap into what they have to offer because I don't think we're tapping into everything that they have to offer to its full potential.
Thank you.
Thanks, Angel.
3 more questions. Francisco.
Daryl, let me go at the end. Let everyone else go, please.
Okay. Carl.
Yeah, thanks. So I note that 2 people are running for this job. Obviously, they are both well qualified for the job. Then again, the office of secretary has no person running for it. So my question is, if one of them doesn't get to become first vice president or first vice chair, which is going to happen tonight, which is inevitable, will that person be willing to maybe assume the secretary job so we don't continue to have a vacancy in that role?
I think that's a procedural question.
Yeah, if I comment on that.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Jim, our parliamentarian.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have to follow all the rules. So, I mean, your idea is a very good one. We will have a secretary because the second the person elected to assistant secretary becomes assistant secretary and there's a vacancy in the secretary's job, that person will be the secretary.
But nobody voted for the person.
Wait. The point is, those are the rules and we have to follow the rules and we can't bend the rules and we can't change the rules. And then, of course, and maybe we'll do that next month because we'll have more time, we can have an election for assistant secretary. And then we will, but although your suggestion is very good, it's not consistent with the way we are required to operate. So
maybe he volunteered.
Okay.
And I'll just add, this is being addressed by the bylaws task force. So our next elections may look slightly different. Okay, I see Liz Ritter.
Yeah, I swear Carl and I did not discuss this in advance. That was sort of the direction in which my question was going. I had a slightly different version, so I'm going to ask it. And that is clearly, if we have no secretary nominated from the floor this evening, the assistant secretary automatically becomes the secretary and the vacancy is in the assistant secretary position, which then would be up for nomination in our January meeting. I am hoping that whoever of the first vice chair candidates does not win, that person is willing to stand for assistant secretary, partly because that's work that needs to be done, and partly because I respect and value both of these people. I think both of them bring a lot to the table and can bring a lot to the table, and I would love to see both of them on the e-board, and it pains me to have to choose between them.
Thank you, Liz. And I'll point out, you mentioned the British way of office, standing, not running, but thank you for that. Tanya, was your hand still up? Did you need to say anything? Was there a burning question?
Yeah. Sorry, yeah. I just had a quick question. Thank you, Angel, for your comments. I wanted to, you spoke a lot about, what you will do in terms of, in terms of board processes and things like that. And of course, my question to you is, you've served already, like in the role of second vice. What have you been doing in terms of addressing, board concerns? Because yes, processes is definitely one thing, and it's very important, as you pointed out. Those processes, and many of us have advocated for years about those processes and trying to advocate for change. But there's also, how do you also address, concerns that come before the board, challenges that we may be facing in terms of accountability, when people are not doing what they're supposed to do, or there's violations of civil rights, human rights, things like that. What have you done during your tenure so far to address those concerns, or to encourage the executive committee to take those concerns seriously, or to address those concerns?
Yeah, so I mean, I think, to my knowledge, over the course of the last year, it's been at the end of this year that those type of issues have become prominent in board conversations, from what I can recall at the moment. I have had conversations with the fellow executive committee members on the fact that we do need to address them, on the fact that does need to be communicated. It does need to be communicated how we are going to address it, and what procedures we're going to put in place to address it. Those conversations, while they're not in an open setting such as this, oftentimes I find myself trying to juggle too many things as I'm taking the notes and participating in the meetings. But behind the scenes, I am having those conversations with the fellow executive committee members, letting them know that transparency is key, and that if some issue comes before the board, it should be addressed in a very public way.
Thank you. And last but not least, we have Francisco.
Thank you, Daryl. Angel, man, I think, I think we're lucky on this board that we have someone like yourself who ran for office and really went in helping the community. I think it's very ballsy of you to do that. And I just wanted to say that experience of running and representing your community, how has that shaped how you see the community board and our function, and anything positive or negatively that you see that you can grab from your experience running?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the community board serves such a critical piece in our governmental structure. The fact that we have a say over licensing, the fact that we have a voice in the creation of this cannabis industry, I think that's tremendously powerful. The fact that we have a say in land use, right? And people take that seriously, and we can organize around those issues. I think it's incredibly important. And that's why I value the community board. And that's why, as you mentioned, I did run for office. While I was running for office, I was still actively participating. I was still coming to the licensing committee meetings. I was still coming to the general board meetings, because I do take the business of what this board does very seriously, and very and understand the influence that it has in shaping our neighborhood and shaping the progress of our neighborhood.
Thank you. And on that note, we will close out the conversation for first vice chair. Thank you both, and to all who asked questions. Catherine, do you really need to give a speech? No, I'm just kidding. Totally kidding. Now we're up to chair, Catherine Diaz.
Thank you. I hope everyone can hear me okay. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Daryl. Thank you, team, for the incredible work on the nominating committee. I'll be quick. I've been a member of this board for the last 7 years. And in that course of time, I asked myself why many, many times. I was already rooted in local work, and I realized that I actively chose and continue to choose to be a member of this board to bridge the disconnect that often lies between city agencies, institutions, and what my lived experiences has been as a Native resident and former organizer. As chair and in partnership with this body, it's really my goal to align why we're here with what we do. I asked for our membership to really reflect on why we signed up, whether that was 6 months ago or even 25 years ago. What keeps you here, right? The answer I find never lies in what we often actually spend the most time debating, but the ability to shape, participate, connect, and make wider impact. My goal in this next year is to build and improve upon our system so that we can focus on our mission. That's why we're here, right? It's the structural work that can build the strength and sustainability of our goals. I understand that it could be boring for some, and it's something that I actually quite enjoy. I want to be clear, this isn't a linear journey, and I know that there will be mistakes along the way, but each mistake moves us forward and it offers us growth towards the right direction. I'm confident in our ability to get there, and I ask for the patience, the grace, and the courage in the next year. And so virtual life has also given us a gift of flexibility and a post-pandemic that a lot of folks have had difficulty connecting and building relationships. And so with that said, real quick, my inbox, my text messages, my DMs even are open.
Great. Thank you so much, Catherine. A lot of hands again. It is 8:17, so let's be as brief as possible in this uncontested race.
I think to monitor the answers would be good.
I see Isidro.
Thank you, Darren. Catherine, the strength of our community is on the diversification of ideas, diversifying our thoughts and expressing them in a very respectful way. However, I know a lot of board members that have left because of the unruly meetings that we have at times. I myself have thought about it as well, because I'm not here to waste my time on anybody else's. But I'd like to know, how will you manage unruly meetings in the future as you take place as the chair? Please elaborate. Thank you.
And time me, please, if we're going to keep it at 30. I would say, when we have a structure and we are consistent with our structure, meetings shouldn't start unruly. There will be moments of debate. However, by keeping a structure in place, so for example, one of the things way back, I think it was like 2018, 2019, that I did was a run of show. I mean, I put on an event production hat and really shifted minute by minute. And in those moments that I remember when we were in person, those are meetings that ended at 9 p.m. There were moments that I have facilitated and moderated meetings throughout this year that have had effective conversation, that have had running lists of, hey, these are the next steps that is executive, that our board staff, that Ebenezer and folks that often come up, move into that direction. And so, having, for example, something as simple as a run of show, having tools on our Zoom that allow folks to know you're at 30 seconds and that we're able to all see and respect that time. And then there's also the actual moderation of like why we're here. I used to start my meetings with music because I want to be able to start on a good page, on a good foot. And so those are just some examples of how we are able, but again, consistency is key.
Thank you. I do want to call on a couple people who haven't had a chance to speak yet. So I do see and recognize the esteemed Maria Luna.
Thank you so much. I am Maria Luna, as you said. I would like to congratulate Catherine for taking on this role that I took in the early 1990s. My advice to you, if you would like to take it, is to be consistent in what you do, to show respect for everybody, regardless of who the person is, regarding race, ethnicity, and everything else. We have a responsibility. You will assume a responsibility as sharing a community board that is going to be heard all over the city, not just locally. And you're going to encounter opportunities that is going to show your leadership and to give opportunities to other members in the community to show leadership. But that doesn't mean that you will have to listen to voices, negative voices, and you're going to be hearing from some of them. They are not going to make your job very easy. I would urge all of the members here to make sure that the person who is going to lead our community board is a friend of us, is someone that is from our community, is someone that has the best interest for all of us, to help her and to help that executive committee. And I want to make sure that I explain what the executive committee are members that are elected today, not people who are sitting in chairs as committee chairs, because those are appointments that you have in your hands to control. And I don't want to hear that you are going to make changes or you will make changes because it's your personal agenda. Your personal agenda should be at our community board 12. I think that Angel will be a person that will help you to navigate not only on the community board, also politically, because everything is political. So I wish all of you, all of the people who are going to be elected, the young ones that have a great dreams about making our community great, and that also they want to make changes because they are young, but they also have to learn how to work with each other. So congratulations to all of us, because we are part of this movement and we are part of the great Community Board 12. Thank you so much and happy holidays.
Thank you, Maria. Much appreciated. I do see Jay Baez.
Yes, thank you for running for this position. I just had one quick question, and for me, that's, you know, as board chair, can you give me a few examples of what you believe needs to change to help improve the board functions and transparency among board members for Community Board 12?
Yeah, for sure. Thank you, Jay. What I would say is that there are essentially 5 core responsibilities that we have as chair, but also as elected officers. My goal is really to establish what is a roadmap of priorities and be able to share that next year throughout meetings with board members to be able to opine and help shape that. So for example, you know, we hear over and over again, our meeting procedures need to improve. But there's also the issue of member retention. And so how are we engaging with our membership body? And particularly, how are we establishing, for example, our partnerships? Where are there, for example, there are city agencies who don't show up to our committees, and that has affected the quality of the work of the board. And so it's being able to work in tandem with our committees, with their district manager, and with the city agencies to be able to shift that. I will say in terms of transparency, for example, one of the, and Michelle alluded to this earlier and it was asked earlier, absolutely. One of the ideas, for example, that I would like to bring forth to exec is to be able, we have our fiscal year ends in June, for example. And so being able to not just draft crystal reports and reports, but make sure that that is disseminated, you know, either monthly or quarterly. Being able to have processes that work for folks who, you know, are caught up and have limitations in their participation, be that, let's say, through Survey Monkey or a Google form, for example, for input, if there is, for example, a surplus on the board. So that's just a few, but absolutely, there is a roadmap that needs to be built.
Thank you. And I see Richard Ullman. You're muted.
That should take care of that. And again, to Kathy, thanks for considering taking this on. The question I want to ask you is a leadership question, and some of the other questions have touched on it a little bit. It falls especially to the board chair to bring the officers, the executive committee, the entire board together to the extent possible. As we've listened to a host of good candidates present themselves, most of them tonight, most of them have spoken in the first person over what they would do. Good thoughts, no questions about that. But it would fall to you as chair, especially to see that that works as a team. And I'd appreciate if you just talk a little bit about how you'd approach that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in my personal, professional life, planning retreats, for example, are key within elected bodies, within leadership roles. And so it's really key that, you know, we meet, for example, as an elected body to establish to establish alignment around what have we heard, what do we understand that are the priorities that this body has, and how do we see ourselves fitting in. I've always demonstrated that I am a collaborative worker. I don't know how to do anything but that. And so it's really about how do we align around those priorities and be able to break up, because there's a lot of work ahead of us to do. As far as, for example, being able to build the camaraderie, for example, and those working relationships, there is absolutely an in-person component. There are meet and greets that you know, I really hope that we can do in this next year, where folks on this screen and those who aren't are able to mingle and network and connect, because we're often isolated and siloed within our committees and only see the rest here in the general.
Thank you. Nobles Crawford.
Thank you, Daryl. Look, everyone knows your resume, Catherine. You are perfect for this. And Ellie, shout out to you as the previous chair, because you've done a great job. And Catherine, you got the momentum. Look, everyone here knows you, and so I'm going to say something for the newbies on the board. I've worked with Catherine a lot, and you've also heard from everyone that's worked with Catherine a lot. But let me just sum it up for you in terms of what Catherine is going to bring in this new year of the board. There's going to be certainly leadership. I've never seen anyone step in like Catherine does. Not only has she been in the community in the streets, she continues to show that. Secondly, you're going to get gumption. You're going to get someone that's not afraid to try new things. You've heard about her approach to technology and how to make things more seamless. We've had these conversations many times before. There's going to be new things brought to make an easier work life and community balance to what we're going to do. And then, third, you're definitely going to get optimism. One of the things that has always struck me amazingly about Catherine is I'm not the only optimistic person in the room when she's around. I cannot wait to see what you're going to do, Catherine. I am proud of you. The community is proud of you. And I'm here to support you any way I can. I'm so happy you're running for this position, standing for this position. Yeah, that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Great. Since that wasn't a question, I will move on to Wayne, and Aisha, you're on deck.
I think, Catherine, there's been, a fair amount of discussion tonight about, running meetings, and you and I have spoken. I think you run an excellent meeting. You mentioned, building on our mission, and, the business of the board, the lion's share of the work actually happens not at these general meetings, but in committee. So based on, your experience, heretofore, where do you see areas for improved committee operations so that when items come to the general meeting, we can act on them more efficiently?
That's a great question, Wayne. I would say it really starts with frequent communication between elected officers, for example, so myself, the first and the second, and committee chairs and assistant chairs. It has to do with planning. And so part of that means, setting expectations of what committee chairs are going to do, making sure that we are giving time in advance. So if there's a hearing, we're not learning about it 2 weeks or 3 weeks and scrambling. So I really see myself and the elected officers as partners to the committees to be able to facilitate and advance the work that they seek to do. So whether it is a hearing, whether it is a community event, that there is enough planning well in advance to make sure that the resources of both the board office of the city and the board body is available to be able to support that work.
Thank you. Aisha, and then Tanya will be next.
Hi, Kathy. So I wanted to speak on, so I had the benefit of speaking with you, having a long conversation with you just recently, wherein you were very helpful with assisting me and push forward for families that experience fire in our district just recently. And the outcome ended up being what was necessary so that they could access their personal belongings. We talked about our common ground and our past with activism and community building and organizing. And so my question to you is in relation to having the understanding that you were not the chair before, you will be the chair. Now there are actions that you would be free to take that maybe you were not able to do in the past. Something that Martin Luther King has said is, he who accepts evil without protesting against it is really participating and cooperating in it. In the time that you have served on leadership with the current administration and prior, there have been many instances where the ball has been dropped in regards to just strictly board process, resolutions that were not ratified in a timely fashion, restriction on board access to information that has not been done equitably, institutional memory not being honored as far as how we have historically done our business. And when those of us that have stood in the gap for all of us to say, here is what is right, when that takes place, there's a lot of backlash. And I say that on my own behalf, on behalf of Tanya Bonner, on behalf of Sally Fisher, and on behalf of O.C. Kaminer, members that when we have attempted to say, hold on, doesn't the bylaws say, don't historically we do, isn't this unfair to X? The response has been wanting. What would you do differently as a chair?
That's a great point, Aisha, and thank you for bringing it up. I would say it's follow through. I am the type of leader, and my practice of leadership is that if there is an issue, I resolve it immediately and work with those parties. And so that will be my approach.
Thank you.
Tanya, and then Francisco's next, and then one more.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so one of the things that sadly that our board has experienced is that we've had a habit, and this is in my time here, and I've heard it from people who've been here before, of disempowering folks who want us to, disempowering people. Many people have, I've seen them year after year come in with great ideas, great intention, great enthusiasm. And because of political reasons or other type of foolishness, they are disempowered or shut down. And then we have what we have now, which is we barely have people who step up. We should have contested contests in every single one of these offices, but we don't. And I know that that is a big reason why, is because of our habits of doing that. Now, the question to you is, part of the leadership is not what you do when it's convenient, but what you do when it's inconvenient. So you've been here, you've seen things, you have been in positions to push back. What were some of the challenges to doing that? How have you work to empower people who have been disempowered, blatantly disempowered? And what have you done to step up and push back against that? Because I look at not only what people say they will do, but what they do when they're there and when it's inconvenient. That tells me a lot. Okay. So what have you done to do that? And what are you going to do to ensure that we are not turning away people? And I've also spoken to previous board members. And yes, It's not about necessarily rudeness. I know somebody mentioned that, but it was about the disenfranchisement they experienced and that they saw and witnessed that
Thank you,
scared them. So what are you going to do to change that?
Yeah,
What
I
have
hear
you done
two
and what are you
parts.
going to do?
I hear, yeah. So I'm like, I hear two questions. What first is what I would say is about we got to do, there's plenty of work to be done and we got to put the work in, right? As a board body, we know that we're here and we know that we have the capacity to be here. So for example, if there is a proposal for, you know, as I'm thinking of health and environment, for an event, for a project, I see this happening. Let's put a proposal together. How does that member see the vision, the execution of that event? What responsibility are they willing to take on? Who else do they think that they can bring in and build that? How does that fit in to our priorities as a board, as to the work that we're doing? And so that's my response to that, right? It's about being able to bring folks together who are willing to put the work in and who can see that. And so, and it's a conversation, and it just starts with a proposal, at least in my view. In terms of the second part of your question, sorry, let me grab my charger. I would say that, or I will say, is that my style of leadership is that I always invite people in. One of the things is that you may, and folks in general may or may not have always heard from me at a general meeting speaking about something, but my practice has been, I'll text you, I'll call you. I want to be able to understand what the challenges are, what the experiences are, what the issues are, one-on-one, and be able to address those in a space that feels conducive to that person that's being harmed, to that issue, that helps us be able to lower the temperature and have certain conversations that where we can problem solve. Because ultimately, it's about the outcome that all parties want to be able to see and how we're able to get there. And so in my practice, it's about being able to build a pathway to that.
Thank you. Yes, Francisco.
Thank you, Daryl. Kathy, I just want to say you are a top-notch human being. It's really a privilege to get to call you the homie and a colleague. So just thank you for being you, right? So let's get that out the way. My question is, how important it is to you, or how important you think it should be to the board, that board members are not only active in meetings, but active on the street, being active, putting, putting the ground to the, putting your fist to the pavement. Like, how do you see that a board member should be on and off the board?
That's a great question, and thank you, Francisco. I'm sorry, I had to charge my laptop and almost died on me. I will say, it's a value of mine, yes. It's something that I know many members do, and folks do it in different ways, and that's important to honor, right? So if someone, for example, is able to participate in meeting and volunteer at an event, and that's what they're able to do, then great. I think one of the things and challenges that we've seen is that there are folks who do it all in the community, and some folks who are starting their journey and see the board as their pathway to starting being engaged in community service or in community work. And so, we got to meet people where they are, is what I would say to that. What inspires, I think, the on-ground work is being able to build those bridges, right? So a lot of us may have deep roots, deep connections in this community, some don't. So it's being able to have those, meet and greets amongst this membership, being able to share that information so that if there is a colleague who's not rooted, who's interested, and we're able to spark that passion for them, then that's a huge win in my book. And being able to resource share is super important. And so, I will say that I think that there's also opportunities for folks to engage beyond the board as long as they are willing to, able to, and that can be measured based on what they're interested in and able to do. So
thank you. There's two more hands up, one we can't see, but Leo and then Robin.
Thank you, Daryl. So I just want to start off by saying I think it's very unfair that we've been hearing these accusations of the current executive board, when also two of the nominees running are part of that board. I think that given the position, and obviously, as Angel mentioned before, it was a volunteer position, they've done what they could and how best they could do it with what resources they have. So I just want to thank the current executive board for this past year and your leadership. As a board member, you have made me feel included. You've constantly reached out to check not only on the professional side of this, but also the personal side. Check up a family. So I do appreciate it. And I hope to see the next executive board continue pushing this board through and carrying out the agenda of the community, not individuals. And lastly, Catherine, I look forward to working with you. Since I came to the board, you've been very helpful, always including the new members and giving people the opportunity not only to express themselves, but to advocate for our community in general. So thank you again, Catherine. I look forward to seeing you as a chair, and we're one team. Just remember that, please.
I see Robin.
Hi, Catherine. Catherine, I have a question for you. Simple question. How are you going to deal with personal attacks from Oscar Worthy board members?
That's a great point. I would say, I mean, first and foremost, there is a new code of conduct. And so, as Angel shared earlier, part of that is being able to have continuous meetings with MBPO's office, be able to also ideate with borough board members, and being able to think about what are those accountabilities, what are those structures that they're putting in place. Interpersonal issues on the board do come up and will always come up, right? And so it's about what are the practices, what are the systems we have in place to be able to address that. And I think that as an elected body, not just me myself, it's really about, being able to bring people in and have conversations so that we can be problem solvers and be able to move forward with the mission of the work. Right. And so that level of respect is super key, because ultimately we're all appointed to do work, and what brings us here isn't the interpersonal stuff. It isn't the love, there's a love of debate, but there isn't necessarily a love of arguing at 10 p.m. at night. And so it's being able to bring folks together and be able to problem solve towards those outcomes that folks would like to see, and do the work from there.
And just real quick.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Robin. And just lastly, there was hand up and down, up and down. I'm not sure if it's going up. Domingo, did you have anything to add? Final word?
I just wanted to say happy birthday, Catherine.
Oh, know that. Happy birthday.
Yes, today is my birthday. Thank
Happy
you.
birthday.
Really?
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday. We're a week apart, and I won't say how many years, but anyway. So thank you all. Excuse me. That concludes the speeches, the Q&A for our board officers, candidates for 2022. If you can tell, I was lenient on time. I felt like there was a thirst of wanting to talk through some issues. If I somehow miscalculated on that for some board members, I apologize. But now we're going to move on to voting. There have been some words that have been said from time to time, especially for our uncontested candidates, that were good luck, you're going to do great in this position, etc. Well, I just want to make sure everyone understands the rules about voting. Thank you to Ebenezer and the staff. I've been informed that we are 39 people in attendance. That means someone for any specific role, in order to win that role, must receive 20 votes. You will soon see a ballot that will be emailed to you from the staff. The ballot you must fill out your name, you must fill out your email address, the one that you use for board activity. Then you will see a multiple choice for the candidates. For those who are uncontested, you will simply see their name. You do not have to vote for them. If you do not feel inclined to vote for that person, you can skip it. There's no box that says abstain. If you don't pick them, we just assume you're not voting for that person. Obviously, in the contested role, there will be 2 people listed in that role. But again, each role must get 20 votes in order to receive that role. I would ask if there's any questions about that specifically. I see Steve Simon's hand. Steve Simon hasn't had a chance to speak yet. What do you have to say, Steve?
I think at this point, you are able to ask if there are any nominations for secretary, since there's no one running for that position. I think at this meeting, you can accept nominations in the event that somebody wants to put their name forward or nominate somebody else. So I think before you move on, in the hope that maybe somebody wants to be secretary, I think there is an opportunity right now for that person to be nominated.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Steve. For right now, we will take any nominations or self-nominations for secretary. I see Liz Ritter.
I'd like to nominate Steve.
Steve Simon.
Yeah, second that, Liz. Very good nomination, Liz.
Would you like to accept that nomination?
I wish I had the time to do it, but unfortunately, I don't. But and I think both Liz and Domingo have it in for me. Thank you.
Darrell,
right.
In the spirit of all of us that need to go to work tomorrow, it's 9 o'clock.
Yes.
Move
yes. Unless there are any more nominations, we will consider it. OC?
Yeah, I would like to nominate Liz Ritter for the secretary position.
Thank you, but in my 25 years on the board, I have done not one, but 4 turns as secretary and a couple as assistant secretary. And I just can't.
Thank you.
So you are a pro.
Faye Floorman.
Yes, thank you. I actually would like to nominate, I don't know if he's qualified, but let me just try. Carl, I think Onikbook. Carl?
He serves on the nominations committee, and I believe he doesn't have the time, if I am correct in that.
I'm not even qualified, even if I had the time.
It's also new.
Okay.
Nice try. Thank you.
But
thank you, Faye.
At this point, members of the nominating committee, I believe, can be nominated.
Oh, okay.
They absolutely cannot be nominated.
Yeah. So
okay.
Darrell,
they're not making nominations.
OC, did you have another, or may I close the nominations for
Yes,
this?
I did have another. Barbara. Where is she?
She was here. I saw her.
Yes. Nominating Barbara for the secretary.
Barbara Frazier.
Yes, yes. The only Barbara we have on the board.
I see her contemplating right now. Barbara, what is your response to that?
Come on, Barbara.
My concern is that we may have to go back to in-person meetings, and I'm back and forth between Inwood and the Catskills, and I'm very concerned about my attendance. That's all, and my responsibilities to my daughter. So
if it helps, I will go to the Catskills for you.
Well, that's true. If you
just
look
kidding.
But I'm right here in the Catskills now, and it's a beautiful day and so forth. And I'll be back in Inwood on Thursday. So I'm in that back and forth. So, if I could work well with an assistant secretary, where sometimes I might miss a meeting or I would have to Zoom it because we go hybrid, that would be okay.
I will also remind folks that if the current slate goes through without a secretary, then the assistant secretary will become secretary, and then there will be future need to nominate an assistant secretary for that role. So I just want to clarify in case anyone.
Okay, yeah.
But somebody already wants to. Somebody has been nominated for secretary.
Okay, so I would accept it then. I would accept it. But to walk in Betty Lehman's shoes is just really those are big shoes, those are just really big shoes. So I would have to work carefully with the assistant secretary, who I think is clearly a very capable person.
Well, Barbara, then what's the answer?
So are you accepting the nomination?
I'll accept it. I'll accept it.
Great.
Can you clarify? I'm sorry that I just jumped
good.
in, but I'm confused. Is she accepting for assistant secretary or just
No,
secretary?
secretary.
Okay, thank you, Barbara. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
Darrell, so let's move along.
So
Let's get
the
votes.
Survey Monkey will have to be redone. Thank you, OC. But I will say, are there
OC
any
will be
other
helping her with the
nominations?
minutes. That's
Wait a
what she
before
said.
we
minute.
close
Wait a
it out?
second. Let me make a suggestion for the sake of time. It's 9 o'clock, and we haven't even been halfway through our meeting because she's not part of the Survey Monkey list you have. We can probably, because she's the only person running, just take her votes, just like the other votes that we're getting, not the other resolutions.
Jim, you got something to say about that?
Yeah.
Of course I do. Thank you so much. Remember, this is not a secret ballot. The main reason we do this whole thing is so that if you lose, you won't see people voting for you that night. Now, in this case, I would imagine most people are going to vote for Barbara. So I think Eliezer's suggestion is perfect. We can do a normal kind of vote for that particular office. That's perfectly valid. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Jim, for reminding me. We can do it. That means for the role of secretary, Barbara, who is the only candidate, you can choose to vote for Barbara or.
Well, no, we're going to actually have to have a voice vote for secretary.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's going to be a roll call vote. Yes.
Exactly.
Or what
Exactly.
if they do not want to vote for Barbara? What would they say? Abstain, and that be the end of it?
Is it?
Basically, you can ask the question, are you voting for Barbara? And if they say yes, they're voting for Barbara. And if they say anything else, they're not voting for Barbara.
Gotcha.
Abstain.
So,
I love the clouds.
At this time,
Yeah.
I see the hands. I will get to you, but I do want to move it along. There is a current Survey Monkey link that the staff can send to all 39 who are in attendance at today's meeting. Before the staff does that, I see Liz and Domingo have questions. Is it about how to vote?
Yes.
Oh no, I'm just
Thank you
concerned.
so much. He just called on me.
Yeah, go ahead, Liz.
So I do believe that we have a process for voting. We vote by ballot, and it is not a secret ballot, but we vote by ballot. And I see absolutely no reason to vote for secretary in any way different than all of the other positions. I object to the.
I hear what excuse me, I do hear what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but the ballot, as you suggest, is not, while convenient and while usual, is not always necessary. Doesn't mean we have to do it that way. And I will stress that this kind of conversation has already been had, and that if this occurrence does happen, which it did, then it is fine to vote by a voice vote roll call. I will now go to Domingo.
Yeah, no, because my concern was, since we followed this process, right, and being that we actually interviewed all the candidates, my concern is now how she opened up the statement, basically saying she didn't have time, she had time, she's commuting. So like, are we gonna ask questions, or are we just expected to vote on somebody because the position is vacant?
You raise a very good point. Yes, and Jim, if it's okay, I think, Domingo makes a good point, and I was thinking about that.
I agree. We should have questions and answers for Barbara. Absolutely.
Barbara, did you have something to say about your candidacy for secretary? And again, let's keep it to 2 minutes or less, and then we'll have some questions if people do have them.
Suggestion, Darrell, before she answers.
Yes,
You can also have, I think we did that once when we're having issues with Survey Monkey. they can text you their votes to you and the rest of the committees. I think we did that with someone that wasn't able to vote with SurveyMonkey. You just had a flashback.
Okay.
Possibility, yeah.
All right, that's good to know. Well, let's see if anyone has a problem with SurveyMonkey, please let myself and the staff know as quickly as possible. Go ahead, Barbara.
All right, well, I would say that I see the role of secretary as a supportive position to really help the executive committee and the community board function more smoothly and be able to communicate with each other more. I've been on the community board now for about, was it 6 years, I believe, and have been, shall we say, we've all been taught and schooled by Betty Lehman and the critical role she would play in helping meetings to function so much better, and the minutes that she would prepare that would be so useful for members to learn from and understand what was going on. So I would hope that I can follow in and help fill her footsteps some, which would be well listened to and followed meetings, a good response to the new chairman and the assistant chair in terms of being able to give transmission to them quickly and to prepare good minutes and good transmittals to the other members of the board. I'd say that that's pretty much what the job is. Am I qualified for it? Yes, I think so. I certainly write excellently. I'm a, retired teacher and data specialist with the Board of Ed. And I grew up in a very literate household because my father owned a typesetting and design firm. So I've been proofreading since I was in 3rd grade. So, I can basically, I think, write good minutes, and good minutes are the core of the job. That's it.
Thank you. I see 3 hands. I'll go with Maria first. Go ahead, Maria.
Since Barbara accepted to fill the position, I move that we close nominations. We are going to be here till
I'm sorry.
midnight or 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm sorry. I move to close nomination.
Yeah, I
We
think
need
I
a
said that,
second and let's move on.
I think I said that or
I would
implied it. If I did not do so,
I would second that motion.
Yeah, if I didn't do so emphatically, I apologize. Yes, it is closed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Angel, did you have a question about that, or was that your thing too? Did you have a question for Barbara? I'm sorry.
My question was before Barbara did her presentation. Can I still ask it?
Let me see if Richard has a question for Barbara. Did you? No? Okay, then go ahead, Angel.
My question was, can someone just very quickly behind the scenes change the SurveyMonkey? I don't think it's that heavy of a lift. Does anyone on staff possibly?
I mean, I just think a roll call vote is the quickest way at this point. Because now we can get the SurveyMonkey out now, or we could wait till
it takes a minute to update the SurveyMonkey.
Yeah, yeah, okay.
Yeah, so, but we're going to do a roll call vote for Barbara. I'm sorry about that. And this also, I just want to say that this speaks to the bylaws and how we have ownership of the voting mechanisms, either for the nominations committee or for the staff. And that's a whole bigger issue. So, but I certainly appreciate what you're saying. So now the staff, I don't know, Ebenezer, Paola, Chanel, which one's going to be sending it out? Who will it be coming from?
Ebenezer has the email in queue. It's going out.
Yes, I gotta send it now. The email is coming from Ebenezer Smith. Please let us know you're not receive it. 39 emails have been added to the blank. Please let us know. I'm gonna send it right now and I'll let you know when it's gone. Hold on 1 second.
Thank you. And
the email went out already. Please let me know if you haven't received.
And while people are receiving that or voting, if you have any questions, please hold that. I do believe possibly during this period, Mr. Chair, that we could move on to the next piece of the agenda and then come back with results or questions about voting, if that's okay with you.
I think you have two questions related to it. Probably they'll be short.
Oh, are these
Mary-
questions about voting, Mary, and then Joel?
Yeah, Mary and Joel, yeah.
The question I have is technology. The only way I can go to my email is to get myself out of this meeting and go to my email to get
Yeah,
the
that was-
Survey Monkey to do the vote. So therefore, I'm out of the meeting.
No,
So
I think
for the meeting to continue while
how
we're
you
doing the
did last
voting.
time? I think you wrote it on a piece of paper and you took a picture and you sent it. I think that's how you did it the last time. If I'm not OJ, one of you.
Not
I
me,
don't remember. Yeah.
not me,
Are you on a computer or a phone, Mary?
computer.
You should be able to minimize the Zoom and.
I don't know
No.
how to do it. I
Yeah.
don't know how to do that.
Mary, you can
I'm
just
not,
sign back.
not technologically, yeah.
Mary, you can sign in again when you're done voting. You just sign out.
Right,
log-
but Daryl's talking about the meeting continuing while I'm
Oh,
voting.
I see what you mean.
And
Oh, I
therefore
see
I
what
will
you
miss
mean.
part of the meeting, not my fault, but I don't want to
Right.
miss part of the meeting.
Right, I
Right.
understand.
The voting will take you a minute. You won't miss much.
And we still have other questions, so. Yeah.
It
Right.
takes
And
me
the
more
other
than a
thing-
minute, folks, okay?
Yeah,
Okay.
when you're done and you're back on, you just let us know you're back. And we can just wait until you get back because we have.
Well,
these
you'll
other-
know because you'll see me back on.
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean,
So
I
is it
could-
out now? Because I don't know. I don't know if
Mary,
I've got it
if
or
you-
not.
Hello.
I could give Mary a call and help her separately.
Or even better.
No,
Mary,
don't do that because then I'll be totally
Yeah, yeah.
confused.
Go ahead.
Okay,
Yes, if you have
but if you want to,
Robert-
we still have like 4 other questions about voting.
All right.
So you're not going to miss part of the meeting if
Go
you,
ahead.
if you do it right now.
My question is the Survey Monkey sent out?
Yes.
Yeah, I know I received it. It popped up on my thing, so I
Okay.
received
I
mine.
mean, there's no sense in my going off if I
December
don't
and-
have it yet. All
Yeah.
right.
I see hands from Joelle. Yeah.
Doing great.
I wish I had a glass of wine, but yeah.
I just want to know if we're gonna do the roll call for Barbara.
Yes, once the questions conclude, we will do
Okay.
that. Yes.
Sounds good.
So Angel, I believe, is doing roll call. So if you could stand by with that, that would be appreciated. Mancita.
You got it.
I just have a quick question / comment. When is the bylaws committee? When do you guys actually meet? Because I find it frustrating that it's thrown out. This pertains to the bylaws as a way to sort of shut us up or like move things along. And I'm actually curious about these things. And
Yeah,
I'd like
no.
to understand like what we're doing. And I'm a new committee member and I would like to participate, but I feel lost. And I feel like we never really get to, I don't know, I find it extremely, I'm not trying to be antagonistic, but I find it patronizing. And I just wish that like, if there are meetings, if it could be put on the calendar so those of us who are interested could show up so that we would know what was going on. That's all. I'm fine with the voting procedure that's happening now, but it just doesn't feel right.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. I appreciate it. It's a good question. The bylaws task force only started meeting recently. December was the first meeting of the majority of members. And it will go out to board members as to which articles of the bylaws each monthly meeting will tackle. I know, as my other hat being chair of the bylaws task force, is the next meeting, which is January 11th, the second Wednesday of the month, will tackle at least articles 5 through 7. Hopefully we'll get to the 8th article as well. And I do know that speaks directly to board officer elections.
Thank you.
Yes. Aisha.
Oh, that was unintentional. I'll lower my hand.
Oh, okay, thank you. So I need time for me to vote, if that's okay. And
Yeah,
then
when we go to break, or rather.
I think we all
the
need a
next
little bit of a break. Can we
No,
take
no, not a break. We just move along to Ebenezer's report, elected
okay,
officers.
Ebenezer's report.
That's your break.
Once Ebenezer is done with his report, we will then go to, Angel will walk us through a roll call vote for Barbara for secretary. And in the meantime, I will work with the nominations committee to tabulate the votes.
Go ahead. All right, thank you.
If
Go
you
ahead,
have questions
Ebenezer.
about voting, please feel free to ask. In the meantime, I definitely want to close the voting by 9:30. So no more votes come in. So please make sure you're voting as soon as possible.
Thank you, Darrell. Thank you so much. Ebenezer, your report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. My report is just to let you know that we are working with two interns from the Community League of the high school cloth. They started at the beginning of the month, and they are helping us to organize the office, et cetera, et cetera. One of the interns worked with us during the summertime, and she's very familiar with the office, and we are looking forward to not only to take advantage and organize the office, but also teach them what a community board is, what is the importance with the city of New York. We give a little seminars and talk about the city charter and the committee structures and the bylaws, how to prepare meetings, how to craft a letter, et cetera, et cetera. So these students, interns, they are not only going to be helping doing, clean up and filing, but also they're going to learn how to sit down and prepare an email and send an email and really do the work that we do, the administrative work that we do in the office. Very willing to work with these kids, these young, they are willing to learn, and is inspiring to us to teach them. Last month at the general meeting, it was brought to my attention the condition of the pathway to the Little Red Lighthouse. When I review the case and my files, I am working with these similar conditions since 2014, when I first started working with the path to the Little Red Lighthouse, like I named it at that time. And the conditions remain the same, unfortunately. I also get in touch with Miss Alexis from the Friend of the Jehu Right, and she explained the situation that remained the same when I confirmed the pictures that I took in 2014. Now, in 2014, when I was discussing that, the problem was difficult. It was the entrance, the esplanade was very filthy, and was a jurisdictional issue there that we were able to sort it out, and it's clean. Now, the issue is this repair and debris and the zigzag going down to the Riverside Drive. It's a big sinkhole there, some railing on the side that need to be made safe. We continue working with that. I try to see if we can get help from the Department of Transportation, et cetera, et cetera. Last Friday, during my report at the Board of Service Cabinet meeting, I mentioned this issue, and I asked the Board of President's office to help us to address this matter. And yesterday, I attend a lunch with the district managers downtown, the first time since 2020 that we gathered in person informally for a holiday lunch. And I was able to speak with Tricia, and the Board of President's office is looking into this matter to see if there's some funding that can be put into place to make this safe and repair this condition. So the Board of President's office is helping us in this matter, and I will keep you posted. And finally, I just want to say to our chairperson, Mr. Eleazar Bueno, today is your last meeting as a chairperson. It had been a great pleasure working with you. When you started in 2020, a few months later, we have this challenge named COVID-19, and we need to switch from in-person meeting to remote meeting and Zoom. And under your leadership and the team that you put together, we were able to do that in a very short period of time. And we were one of the, if not the first, one of the first community board that where we moved to Zoom quickly and start, doing our meeting, everything. So thank you, Mr. Chair Bueno. You will be missed. It was challenge time, and you really has done a lot of good things to keep the community board moving forward. And I'm looking forward to work with the new chairperson starting in 2 weeks. So thank you. God bless you, and God bless you all. This is the end of my report. Is there any questions? Steve?
Yes, Ebenezer, I'm wondering whether we've heard anything back from the Board of Standards and Appeals after sending them our resolution again about the construction of the new residential building at the 22-38 Cumming Street. They were to have had a hearing on that question back in November. Have we heard anything?
Not yet.
Well, could you check on it to make sure they haven't taken some action?
Sure, I will do so. Aisha?
Hi, Ebenezer. My question is in regards to Michelle earlier in the meeting mentioned 705 and 709 West 170th Street. There are two buildings that are falling into disrepair where the landlord is being negligent. And just recently, there was a media event this morning where they, pushed to address that. The buildings are being organized, but one of those buildings is on the list for distressed properties. And I'm wondering if HPD and DOB have been involved in your cabinet meetings, and have we been able to get any report about what's happening there?
HPD, for some time, they don't show up. And they come when I need it, then to come after I make a few phone calls. I can follow up. I didn't hear the report this morning. I heard it on 1010 Win this morning that is going to happen, but I don't have the report in front of me because we were preparing for this meeting tonight. But I can follow up and get back to you. I can put it on my agenda for next month, these two locations in our district.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Barbara.
I wanted to comment, Steve asked about the building on the Holy Trinity property, the Board of Standards Appeals. People reported to me that they're being given one more chance to come back and get their act together, that they were not given their variances at this last meeting, and they're in clear violation of what the zoning was and so forth. And they're given one more chance to come back in, I believe, March.
Thank you for the information. Is there any other questions?
Well,
I don't see anyone. Yes.
Let's confirm it with the BSA, please.
Yes, I will do so. I don't see any other questions. Thank you very much. Happy holidays to each one of you. I hope that you have safe, healthy, and joyful holiday celebration with your family and significant other. God bless you all.
Thank you. Darrell, I'm going to move on with the elected reports. I'm going to have Porfirio first, since he told me last month that he needed to go first because he had a meeting to come. So Porfirio, sorry that we had to make you go through this. So
Thank you, Chair Bueno, for recognizing me. And yes, I will be in meetings until probably midnight today. I want to take a moment as we approach the end of the year to thank everyone on behalf of the Manhattan Borough President for all your service, and specifically Chair Bueno, as you take leave of your seat. Thank you. The pandemic years, as Ebenezer said, were difficult, and we appreciate and are grateful that you were there. As you all are aware, the Mayor's Emergency Executive Order number 267 extended the COVID-19 emergency declaration through this evening. So this is it. So as we get any more information, we will let you know, and we'll keep everyone posted. In the expediency of time, I would like to urge all of you to go on www.manhattanbp.nyc.gov, which is our website for our updates and the things that are going on in the office. However, a couple of notes. Our community board application portal is now open for the 2023 submissions. So if you're coming to the end of your tenure and you want to submit your applications to the board, the portal is open. And I would like to take this opportunity to announce that the State of the Borough will be on, mark your calendars, Tuesday, January 31st, 2023. So that's the State of the Borough, Tuesday, January 31st, 2023. I neglected to say my name at the beginning, Porfirio Figueroa. I am the community liaison for community boards 11 and 12 on behalf of the Manhattan Borough President's Office. I also want to thank the committee, Parks and Cultural Committee, for taking on and considering the Let's Plant 1 Million Trees. And your, what I understand will be the resolution being voted on this evening. Last, I have to say this, since this is important to the Manhattan Borough President, reminder that the bivalent COVID booster shot is still available, and that vaccines are available to the public at New York City hospital sites and local pharmacies throughout Manhattan. And appointments are also available for homebound visits by calling 877-VAX-4NYC. It is important in this very serious flu season and COVID season that we all stay on top of our health. I wish you all well. Happy holidays, however you celebrate and whatever you celebrate. Thank you.
Mister, not leaving just yet. You have 3 hands up.
Okay,
So,
I'm here.
Not leaving yet. I think one of them is for the nominee, Liz Ritter.
Yeah, do you have a time and a venue on January 31st for the State of the Borough?
The time will be 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. The venue is being solidified. So as of now, it's saved the date. And while I know what it is, until it's set in stone, I can't tell you where.
I got you. Thank you.
Ms. Ogilvy.
Hi, Porfirio. So Liz.
Hi, Aisha.
Hi. Liz asked half of my question, which was whether it was in person and where the venue was. But I also wonder, in previous years, the Borough President's Office has held all Community Board of Manhattan member events so that we can all engage. Is there going to be any possibility that we'll have that going forward?
Good question, and the answer is yes. However, all community board members will be invited to the State of the Borough. And again, that invitation is pending right now. And actually, they're in the process right now of completing the save the date first, which will go out before the holidays. And then the information will go out in the beginning of January with all the details.
Steve Simon, and then you're off the hook, friend.
Yeah, Porfirio, I want to thank you for mentioning the need for people to get their vaccines, especially it's especially relevant to this community because since we're still running significantly behind the rest of the city and the rest of Manhattan in terms of our percentage of people who have been getting vaccinated. And I want to thank you for highlighting that point. And I also want to say that we shouldn't just be relying upon the city hospitals and the pharmacies. I believe the private hospitals also have a role to play here. And we're in the middle of a pandemic. We would like to say maybe that the pandemic is over. It's not over. And I will quote statistics later showing how people in our community are still getting sick and are still dying. And I believe our private hospitals, including New York Presbyterian, have a role to play and should be showing some commitment to the community by also offering vaccines.
Thank you, Steve, for saying that. It goes without saying that we all need to work together and all our agencies and, you know, healthcare facilities need to do that as well.
Okay, I think that's been all. And I wish you happy holidays and thank you for being a rock.
All right. I'm going on my other computer to jump into the next one, and I will be listening with my other ear. Okay.
Beautiful.
Happy
Thank
holidays.
You. Alrighty.
Bye-bye.
I think my next person up is Evelyn.
Yes,
The controller.
thank you.
How are you?
Yes, well, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to Community Board 12 tonight. Before anything, congratulations to all the nominees for the leadership. Congratulations to you on your retirement from the Community Board, and thank you for your service to New York City and to, you know, our Community Board district. Tonight, I want to bring attention to a couple of things. I know that some of us will be home for the holidays, so I will encourage you to visit our website at controller.nyc.gov and take a look at our dashboards. We have a Department of Correction dashboard that tracks, you know, a lot of important data on, you know, the jail population, you know, data on the staff, on, you know, assaults, deaths in custody, you know, use of force, and a lot of these sort of goings on that have been happening at the Department of Correction as a way to show whether we are improving or worsening, or there's no changes in how we are managing DOC. The other dashboard that I will invite you to keep track of is the climate dashboard. And basically, you know, it just tracks the city's commitment to, you know, to a low carbon and resilient city. And, you know, we track energy, you know, consumption, you know, greenhouse emissions, gas emissions, and resiliency in general. So it's a great way to, you know, keep track of, you know, how the city is working towards the 2050 goal of, you know, having, you know, very low greenhouse gas emissions, you know, reduced by 80%. That's the goal. Then, you know, there are two reports that I would like to highlight tonight. The first one is an audit report that our office worked on SBS and their administration of the New York City Employee Retention Grant Program. I will, you know, invite you to take a look at it. Basically, we find out that, you know, SBS did not, you know, equitably, you know, distributed across the 5 boroughs, with the Bronx particularly underserved in terms of these loans. We, you know, recognize that it was a really difficult time, a very short turnaround, and, you know, a lot of shortcomings were found in the implementation of the program. But, you know, we also identify areas for improvement and you know, advance some recommendations. The other report is the title vacant report. I know that many of you are aware of all the you know, issues with agencies that are understaffed, and, you know, that, you know, a lot of New Yorkers are having issues, you know, getting services and getting responses. You know, we kept being told, you know, the vacancy rate for the city is around, you know, 7.4 is below 8%, but we wanted to quantify that data. You know, what does that look like, you know, agency to agency? And what we found is that while, you know, the overall rate is very low, when you look at individual agencies, you have staggering numbers of vacancy rates, right? So we have SBS with 32% vacancy rate. You know, we have HPD with over 18%. Department of Buildings, 22%. And even when you go further in, into the data and you look at units of appropriation, mainly, specific programs within agencies, vacancy rates are even higher. For example, the child support services for DSS is 46.5% in vacancy rate.
1 minute.
All right, thank you. And then, and then you have also energy management within administrative services is like above 60% vacant. So this is a report that also offers recommendations about how to, look at this crisis and, sort of smartly move resources around to, agencies and programs that are needed, and at the same time that we save money by reducing, the workforce for, programs and in places where, they don't need it. So those are the 4 things that I wanted to speak about tonight. And, you can always visit us at controller.nyc.gov for more information. I'm also here for, any questions or concerns. I will add my information to the chat as always. I also wanted to respond. I believe there was a question last time I was here from one of your members on I think it was Wayne that had a question about, Con Edison's ability to sort of respond to the need to electrify the city. And I was supposed to get back to him. What we know is that we have been, the city has been working closely with Con Edison, and that there is capacity to be in compliance with the law as soon as 2023, 2024, when it comes into effect, the first part of that, and that they are working into getting to the right place in terms of capacity for, to be on, in compliance as the years move forward. Again, thank you for the opportunity, and happy holidays.
Yeah, I would say I would recommend the Controller's Office confirm how Con Ed intends to have capacity.
Very sorry to cut you off, Wayne, but I had Aisha's hand first.
Hi, yes, I'm going to be brief. I just wanted to express gratitude for the amount of information specific to the data and the trends that are happening. And I've championed over years that we as a board should be using that information more regularly. Is it difficult to get reports that include that type of drill down specific to our district from your office? And if it's not, then how would we go about creating that partnership so that when we are voting in committee, we're voting in alignment with what we know is happening? Thank you.
Sure. So I'm here so we can, off meeting, talk about, collaborating on how, working together to perhaps put together some sort of report that we can share with CB12 every month on issues that are important to CB12. And I'm happy to continue the conversation.
Thank you.
That's a good question. Thank you, Evelyn. Thank you very much. Kelly Hernandez from Robert Jackson's office. And happy holidays, Evelyn.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Good
Kelly
evening.
Hernandez?
Oh, sorry. You said
It's
Robert
Jadalis.
Jackson.
It's
Yes,
Jadalis.
Jadalis. Okay, thank you.
Oops.
No worries. It's late. Good evening, everyone. So Senator Jackson is gearing up for the beginning of the legislative session, which will begin on January 4th, where he will continue to serve as the chair for the Civil Service and Pensions Committee. In the interim, 3 more bills were signed into law since the board last met. Those are S8210, which will amend the civil service law to extend salary protections for temporary and provisional employees, increasing career mobility for them. S8282, which makes permanent and expedited methods for public employees to receive injunctive relief from proper labor practices, and S8481, which creates a firefighter bill of rights that will help establish a fair and impartial process during disciplinary proceedings and ensure that firefighters have the ability to negotiate disciplinary provisions and procedures collectively. Moving on to events, as part of our Migrant Mutual Aid Network, we had a successful free store bonanza at Alianza Dominicana earlier this month, which served over 250 individuals. With help from our many partners, we provided a hot meal, warm clothing, socks, diapers, sanitary napkins, and legal assistance to asylees, folks in temporary housing, and anyone who self-identified as being in need. We wanted to thank everyone for all of the goods that were donated for distribution. We also held a successful utility debt relief clinic. As a reminder, folks have until December 31st to enroll in Con Edison's affordability program, which is a prerequisite for the state funding available to pay off arrears through May 1, 2022. Anyone who needs help with enrolling or applying for assistance should call our office this week at 212-544-0173. I also wanted to thank Aisha for bringing up 705, 709 West 170th Street. Our office has reached out to Commissioner Carrion on various occasions about these two buildings, and the event that Aisha referenced today was actually put together by the public advocate Jemani Williams, as that landlord is ranked #1 in the city for being the worst. So we need to continue to apply pressure there. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dalis. Sorry that I misspelled your name. I really do apologize. And happy holidays to you and your family.
Thank you. No worries.
No problem. I think Steve Simon has a short question. I hope.
Actually, I think it's a statement. I just want to point out, Joe Dallas, that on this worst landlords list that I guess Tremonti Williams' office released today, the top 4 of the worst landlords all own buildings in Washington Heights, Inwood. So I think we need to look at all 4 of them.
1000%, Steve, agreed. And if people are looking for that list, I can find the link shortly and put it on the chat.
I mean, they own a whole bunch of different buildings, but as it happens, each one of them does have at least one property in Washington Heights or Inwood.
Maria Gali, before you leave.
Thank you. Thank you, Doralis, and thank you again to Aisha and her advocacy alongside the tenants of those buildings. And Michelle also brought it up. Earlier this month, at the Housing Committee, we did have a representative from the Department of Buildings, listen to some of the tenants, and we spoke about some of this. So just, putting it out for the record, but also it would be great to see our Housing and Human Services Committee work more closely with Senator Jackson. And so I'll be reaching out to you. Thank you.
Great. Looking forward. Thanks, Maria.
Thank you. Jamila from Carmen de la Rosa's office. Councilman de la Rosa.
Yes. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. And happy birthday, Catherine. I kind of going to change a little bit my report just because we're talking about buildings and city agencies. I want to make sure that everybody knows that you guys can lean on our office to put to ask for city agencies to do inspections within buildings. We do it all the time. We sent the notices. We're always following up when we have concessions come into our office regarding anything that is building wide and also individual. Like I do see that the 170th Street buildings are part of the AEP program, which is an alternative enforcement program to the HPD department. So I will be following up with them to see how long they've been in that program and also what has, in what way HPD has intervened. I would like to say that thank you to Liz Ritter. We were able to partner with them for the Parks Committee hearing regarding the 186 basketball court, and a lot of community members were able to reunite in the barbershop around the corner, and were able to voice the concerns and what they would like to see the basketball court become. We had our PB budget delegate meetings, PB's participatory budgeting. They were able to meet with agencies and kind of get oriented on how possible their projects can be and what is the budget that they will be working with. And then just before I go into the legislation, our office is going to be closed to observe the holidays. However, please contact me regarding state emergencies. I'm well aware of how many fires happen throughout the season, the winter season, and we're going to be ready to go to help those families if that situation occurs. So please keep us in mind if you hear anything about any families being displaced due to fires or any other emergencies. And once I'm done with my report, I'll change my name to my cell phone number. Councilmember Carmen De La Rosa was passed 2 legislations. Introduction 658, which requires the Department of Citywide Administrative Services to establish a program to provide education and outreach citywide through city programs to the populations that could benefit from civil service examinations, and also make sure that that information is actually being shared. And then Resolution 310, which is calling on the state legislature and the governor to raise the minimum wage annually by a percentage based on the rate of inflation and labor productivity. So these are information that can be found on the city council website. But again, please keep us in mind for anything that comes up. And if it has to do with any city agencies, please lean on us to put the pressure on them, since we're working closely with them all the time. Thank you. Happy holidays. And it's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Jamila. See you around, since I bump into you just about everywhere, every corner, every activity, every basketball court, everywhere. You're everywhere, Jamila. Thank you. Happy holidays to you too. And from the office of Congressman Adriano Espaillat, our dearly good friend, colleague, many, many years, Debbie Nabavian. Like the presentation.
Thanks, Eli.
Grammy worthy.
Lori is sorry she couldn't make it tonight, but we just wanted to bring you, obviously, holiday greetings from the congressman, thankfulness for everybody's work on behalf of the community. As most of you know, our congressman started on the most local level, and he was a community board chair, and he's never lost sight that everything starts with listening to your community and the problems and concerns of each and every person. I don't want to take time tonight. I do want to say I've got a murky save the date for the Congressman's State of the District on Sunday, Jan 29th. I don't have a time or a place, but as soon as we set those details, we will share it at the January meeting, which will predate that, and we'll have lots of communications going on about it. I'm just going to leave it at that. The congressman is always busy and lots is all going on, but in the essence of time, I wish you a good night.
Not so fast. Liz is Liz has a question for you.
It's actually a factual correction. Adriano was the chair of the Public Safety Committee, and he was a member of good standing of Community Board 12, but he never served as chair of the board.
Thought he had done a term. I stand corrected.
Thank you very much, all of you. We have a holiday salute from the office of the public advocate, Mr. Williams. Ebenezer, can you be so kind and play it for us? Thank you. You have to unmute it. We can hear it. Something wrong with the sound.
Ebenezer, you might have to unmute yourself.
Can Jonathan help?
Can you hear me now? Because I can hear the video.
All right, play it now.
Can you try and put it? I don't think that anyone was able to hear it.
Maybe he's not sharing the sound. He's just sharing the video and not the sound.
Or am I the only one?
No, I can't hear it either. But I think Emily's right. You need to share the sound as well. There's a way to do it.
Yeah. What Emily said, you have to share the sound in addition to the video. But I think we can read, there's captions.
We can read it. Yeah, just play it one more time and put it from the beginning because it's captured. So I would have loved to hear his voice, but okay.
It's cut off a little.
Yeah.
If it's not, send it to everybody.
Yeah, just send it to everybody. Sure. Guess when you share a screen and then the Zoom doesn't really accept it. So you can knock it.
Okay, I will do so.
Yeah, send it to everybody. Thank you. Okay, so Daryl, floor is back yours. Oh, no, wait a minute. Yeah. We have the public session. Do we have anyone on the public session side?
Change the screen.
Well, two things. One, yeah, let's have full screen, but then you have Assembly Member De Los Santos' office as well.
Can you change the screen?
Cari Hernandez?
Yes,
Miss-
hello.
I'm sorry, Miss
No,
Hernandez.
no problems. No problem. No
cut
worries.
It's cut off.
Just very, very brief. So first I would like to say happy holidays to everyone. This is my first time joining this meeting. So I'm very honored to be here with a lot of brilliant minds. As always, our office is extremely busy providing constituent services at our district office at 210 Sherman Avenue, also hosting and attending events throughout the district. We recently hosted a successful Christmas pop-up event in partnership with Juan Pablo Duarte Foundation and Combite, where we brought together vendors and community-based organizations that include Literacy Inc., Social Skills in Motion, and others. We also partnered with NIMIC and hosted a mobile office where we provided resources to the constituents in the rain, in the cold, and it was great. I would also like to announce that this coming December 28th, we'll be hosting a free mammogram screening in front of our district office from 9 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. This is with or without insurance. So if anyone knows any women that need a screening that haven't been able to get one yet, please let us know. They could contact us at 212-544-2278. Again, that's 212-544-2278. And lastly, as far as the landlord watch list goes, we have a couple of landlords. We have a list of landlords that that our constituents come in to complain to us about. So if anyone would like access to that list, you can also contact us and we could provide that to you. Thank you and happy holidays.
Don't leave just yet.
No, I'm here.
Okay, because Liz Ritter has a question for you.
Yeah, can I just get your email address?
Sure. It is Hernandez, HERNANDEZ, the letter C, at nyassembly.gov.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry for not acknowledging you on time.
No worries.
Okay, thank you, and happy holidays to you and your family. One last, I think we've covered all bases as far as elected officials is concerned. So I'm hoping to see if there's anyone that waited long enough from a public session list. Catherine is left. She had a family situation, so I didn't get that list from her. So I'm gonna leave the floor to Daryl until we get that sorted out. Daryl, floor is yours.
Thank you. So for now, is anyone not voted who wishes to vote from the link that was sent by Ebenezer? I know we had 39 to begin with, 36 responded. But I do believe a few people had to drop off, unfortunately. I will then turn it over to do a roll call vote for secretary. for Barbara. And that is a vote, you can say yes is a vote for Barbara. You can say no or abstain. And that does not count as a vote toward Barbara. And then without further ado, we could take the roll call vote. Will Angel be leading
Yeah,
this? I'm sorry.
no, so I'm still here, but so do we have to reconsider how many people are present
Yes.
for
No.
this roll call
No,
vote?
it'll be the same number.
It'll be the same people who were
39.
present.
So Barbara effectively needs 20 votes to
Of the 39.
reach of the 39 to reach the threshold.
No, 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 no. If those people are no longer here.
No, Liz, that's not correct. That's not correct. Go ahead.
But what if there were only like 25 people here?
Well, there aren't.
But there also
There are
aren't
more than
39.
Angel, please take the roll call vote.
This is all part of the vote where we had 39 people originally, and the number will not change. This is all part of that vote.
Okay.
And so you need 20 votes to win.
And the
get
the online ballot has closed at this point as well.
Yeah, well, yes, I asked if anyone who hasn't had a chance to vote hasn't. I heard no response. So at this point, I would deem it closed. Yes. And I will announce that once we have all of this.
Okay.
You can proceed with the roll call.
Let's do it.
Joe Alabreo,
Yes.
Jumina
Abstain.
Alcover, Mariella Lee.
I have a question.
There's time at the end of this for questions.
Just regarding the process. Is there a reason why we can't make like a survey monkey to do this? Because I understand from
this is the
bylaws that it has
process
to
we're
be written.
working with. I know it's not ideal for everyone, but this is the process we're working with.
Oh, point of
So
order.
we're going against the bylaws.
Mhm,
Is my
exactly.
question. That's my point.
That was the next thing I was going to say. It's one thing whether it's convenient for everybody, but it's another thing that by bylaws, section 8.07 states, subsection 1, an election by written ballot of board officers shall be heard. We are
Thank
going.
you,
I would suggest, first of all, thank you for the questions. I would suggest that this is a virtual meeting. None of these have been written. None of these.
Exactly.
They're virtual. We've always gone with ballots in the hand that were counted by hand. Our bylaws are not updated for virtual meetings, and I think we'll do that.
One quick note. Just make it quick because there's a lot of confusion created by an email that went around in that regard. So please just make it so that all people understand exactly what you just said.
Well,
Please.
let's let the parliamentarian also speak.
Yeah, I was going
As
to point to you
Aisha
next, Jim. Go
pointed
for it.
out, the bylaws say there has to be a written ballot. What we just did, and we did last year and the year before, was not technically a written ballot. So we, as Darryl pointed out, are in this strange territory. And for whatever technical reason, it may take longer than we would like to update the Survey Monkey. And this is a perfectly valid way of voting. And furthermore, so I believe we should just proceed.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure where you left off, Angel.
So
Go
that's
ahead.
the call, Mariella Lee,
Yes.
Richard Ullman. Come back to him. Mary Anderson,
Abstain.
Jay Bias.
Can I speak?
No. You can say, you just tell us your vote. That's all you're allowed to do.
Jay Bias,
Yes.
Wayne Benjamin,
Yes.
James Berlin,
Yes.
Daniel Bonilla, Tanya Bonner,
Abstain.
Jim Berlin, Daryl Cochran, what you're doing is wrong. It should
Are
be
you a board member?
written ballot. I am not, but
Then you should not be here, sir. Thank you.
The Mike Hannon, se metió sin ser miembro del grupo.
the individual has been removed.
Thank you.
James Bosley,
Yes.
Eleazar Bueno,
You are muted, Ellie.
Eli, you were muted.
Eli, you were muted.
Yes.
Daryl Cochran,
Yes.
Nobles Crawford, Nobles Crawford,
I think he had to
Cruz,
leave.
Luis Cruz,
Yes.
Robin Cruz,
Yes.
Catherine Diaz. I think she left. Mansita Diawara,
Abstain.
Domingo Estevez, Luana Ferreira. Oh, sorry. Domingo, do we have you?
Abstain.
Said Domingo.
Domingo, are you here?
He left.
Okay. Luana, you abstained. Fe Florimon,
Yes.
Barbara Frazier,
Yes.
Maria Hernandez,
Yes.
Miriam James,
Yes.
But you don't know what it is.
Leopoldo Jimenez,
Yes.
Joseph Kalinsky,
Yes.
Osi Kaminer,
Yes.
Michelle Lee,
Yes.
Francisco Lopez,
yes.
Elizabeth Ritter,
Abstain.
Maria Luna,
Yes.
Emily Marte,
Abstain.
Jay Mazer, Isidro Medina,
Yes.
Debbie Nabavian,
Yes.
Jonathan Fermetta,
Yes.
Aisha Ogilvy,
I abstain.
Steve Simon,
Yes.
Carl Anegbu.
Yes.
I vote yes. I can give you the tally.
Angel, may I change my vote, please? This is Marielle.
Sure.
Yeah, during this process, I think you have to allow him to kind of like wrap it up and then you can.
Yeah, you got some people still to call on too.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I
Yeah.
thought sorry.
Yeah,
When you come back, thank you.
Richard Allman.
Yes.
Let me just make sure I'm going through this. Daniel Bonilla. Nobles Crawford. Catherine Diaz. Domingo Estevez.
Angel.
Yes.
Domingo had sent me a message saying that he abstains. His internet went down.
I think he has to have a voice vote though.
Yeah.
Jay Mazer. And that is all I have. Thank you, Francisco, but I don't think I can count his vote without him speaking out loud.
All right,
Can
so
I
that's
change
it.
And Marielle, I
now?
believe, wanted to change her vote.
Please. Yes, I'd like to change it to abstain. Thank you.
Okay.
And while you tally that, Angel, and I'll get back to you in just a sec. Is it okay to announce the results? Okay. There were 39 eligible to vote in attendance, 36 responses. And for assistant secretary, there were 35 affirmative responses. For treasurer, there were 35 affirmative responses. For first vice chair, for second vice.
Daryl, could you report the entire vote?
That's what I'm doing.
No. Some, the other person would vote no, abstain, and with the entire vote in each case.
Right, yeah, so if it's an uncontested race, there was only one person listed in the multiple choice, and someone could choose to not vote for that person, not respond in that category.
Right, is that what happened?
Yeah, presumably, yeah.
Okay. So
Someone may have just filled out a blank
right.
ballot.
All right.
That could happen.
So it wasn't a no vote, it was just blank.
Correct.
Okay.
Just move
correct.
through.
Yeah. For second vice chair, it was also 35 responses. For chair, it was 35 responses in the affirmative. And for for secretary, did you want to go ahead, Angel, and say?
Sure. There were 26 votes yes and 9 abstentions.
And again, someone needs 20 in this case to receive the win. And in the case of first vice chair, Aisha received 5 votes and Angel received 30 votes. And if I could just thank the nominations committee for double checking and triple checking all the work, and I appreciate it. And I will turn it back over to the lame duck chair, Mr. Bueno.
Yeah, and I need a nomination for the Grammys, so that'll help. Yeah, I'd like to have one individual, I think one lady from the public session. Her name is who just needs to be needs to unmute herself. Let me say her name. 1 second. Her name is Keturah. Are you there still? I can't see her now.
Yeah, she.
Yeah. Ms. Keturah, can you unmute yourself? You're able to speak.
Hi, greetings. Hi, good evening, everyone. My name's Keturah Abdullah. This is my first community board meeting, so thank y'all. I am located all the way upstate New York, but I work remotely in Harlem with an organization called Behind the Book, and we work to bring diverse authors and diverse artists into local schools, and we publish student books. So the students start off with meeting an author, they work with us for a few weeks, and then we actually work to publish their work. So right now they're learning about the Young Lords. We're working with a middle school. It's called Harbor Heights Middle School. It's actually in your district, and we're working with a group of 8th graders, and they would love to visit their local community board. So I joined tonight to see if there was anyone that I could speak to about organizing an opportunity for the 8th graders, a group of 25 8th graders from Harbor Heights Middle School, so that they can come by and meet you all, or some of you, and discuss the things that they see in their community that they would like to change, and just to understand the workings of a community board. What I witnessed tonight was so powerful, and I think that it would benefit them if they could witness this and be a part of it as well. I know that y'all have the student night or the student meetings once a month. But unfortunately, I think that many of the students just don't access it, the students that I've been working with. So thank y'all for having this forum. It's been an honor to be here, but that's what I wanted just to bring up tonight or ask.
Yeah, Ms. Abdullah, first of all, happy holidays, and second of all, I admire your patience. You waited long enough for your turn. If you had more to say, I'd probably give you another half hour, but I can't. I see a raised hand, so my assuming that Steve Simon has anything to comment on your.
Yes, Ms. Abdullah, where is the school located?
Harbor Heights Middle School is located on 306 Fort Washington Avenue. So
It's in PS 180, 173. No?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, co-located.
Oh, okay.
Simaris?
I was going to ask, thank you, Evan. I was going to ask Ms. Abdullah if you can share your information. I work closely with the school, so I can try and raise some supports there for you.
That is awesome. Thank you so much. I'm going to put my email address in the chat. And if someone could reach out to me if you would like to host a class or anything like that, I would love to talk to someone. So thank y'all so much tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience once again. So now that we've covered half of our meeting, it's 10 a.m. or 10 p.m. Sorry. We're gonna go to committee resolution, starting with Liz
Did she
Ritter.
leave her contact information? Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I'm trying to find, I don't see where the chat is available. I see the Q&A, but I can't put it in there.
Yeah, can you? Appreciate that.
No, I'm not able to.
Can you say it at least? So that
Sure, I
she
can. I'll spell my name out. It's my first name, Keturah at behindthebook.org. So that's Keturah at behindthebook.org.
Thank you.
Y'all so much. Have a great holiday, y'all. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, having said that,
Before she goes, are you doing another free book giveaway event like what you had done last spring? Because that was amazing.
Yeah, we always have book giveaways. I'm not sure of our next one, but it'll probably be right after the new year. We get a lot of books through donation, and then we organize them at a table like right outside the office. But if you come into the office, if you know families, we're always open to saying hi to neighborhood people and giving out free books when a lot of children come by the office. So people could just drop by for free books sometimes.
I'm sorry, I was pulling up my resolution and so I didn't have a chance to write down your email. Can you give that to me again? Because I have something I want to
I could share with you, Liz.
Okay,
sure.
great.
I got my name at behindthebook.org. Thank you.
yeah, I guess it's the time for the resolutions. We don't have a lot. Isidro,
Okay.
thank you for striking out most of them. So we're gonna start with parks.
Okay, so this is really kind of a no-brainer. I hope that you all took the opportunity to read this resolution. There's an incredible, very long, but frankly, really interesting document that I actually linked to in the reso. It's an active link. You can just click on it on the state of the urban forest, and there's a whole like interactive map. You can see a lot about trees. I think everybody knows that trees are good for the environment. They're good. They help with water recapture. They help with cleaning the air. They help with elevating people's mental state and mood. There's just everything good about them and nothing bad about them. And, some is good and more is better. We would like more canopy protection, funding for maintenance and expansion and plantings. This community district is unusual among community districts citywide in that we have a bigger canopy because we have more parks and a fair number of street trees. So that's a good thing. And that's reflected in the, I don't know, like the 6th whereas that indicates that we're a little higher than average. But this resolution basically calls on, it says that the community board 12 supports this agenda and supports the goal of planting more trees, implementing the NYC urban forest agenda, setting a citywide goal for more trees, investing in urban forestry, increasing and equitably distributing public funds for public urban forestry projects, et cetera, et cetera. Steve did point out that the city does not plant on private property, so we should change the wording to reflect that we would call upon private property owners to join in this campaign and also plant trees, and not have wording that suggests that the city would be planting trees on public property. So I will accept that amendment as friendly, and I encourage everybody to vote for this. And I'm happy to take any questions. Yes. OC.
Yeah, so I have something that I hope it's kind of like a friendly amendment. Somewhere after the 6th bullet point, it would be nice to put emphasis on high traffic area, such as in an Interstate 95, 178th Street, 179th Street, where more trees need to be planted there due to high asthma rate. You know, it's right above the highway. And also indicate that in those sensitive, I call them sensitive areas, that the emphasis will be on specific trees that have higher carbon intake, not just any tree that the contractor has on the truck. And it's really very significant, and Park should really look into it in a more like a citywide way. But for right now, let's start with those high sensitive areas. That's how I call them.
I would absolutely accept those two as friendly. So I will make those exact wording changes. But I think these are, they're absolutely in keeping with the spirit of the resolution, and I think are not particularly controversial. Are there any other questions? And if there are not, I do have one brief report on another item from my committee. No other questions on this? Great. So the other resolution that we were originally going to have last month was on the 186th Street basketball court redesign. There were some questions about some of the aspects of the design. So we had another public meeting, and shout out back to Councilwoman De La Rosa and her staff for really making that meeting publicly available. Once again, we were live streaming into the barbershop on Audubon Avenue so that folks who do not have internet access could attend this meeting. It was extremely well attended. It was great. We had really robust participation, and Parks Department did something that I have never seen before. It is very unusual for the Parks Department to come back and present a design a second time, because at the November meeting, we didn't reject the design, but we did have some questions. So we withdrew the reso. And at our December meeting, we didn't pass a negative resolution opposing the design. We declined to pass a resolution at all. We had a couple of very specific items that we wanted the Parks Department capital design team to reevaluate. And in an absolutely unprecedented move, at least in this board, Parks capital design team agreed to go back to the drawing board and come up with a third design. So the level of community participation in this design is incredible and very satisfying. They will be coming back and re-presenting either in January or in February, not clear, but stay tuned for that. And I really want to give props to Parks and to the community for, we have so many times that we're very frustrated with city agencies just not paying attention to what we do and doing whatever it is that they want because they're the experts. And while the parks designers are the experts, they 100% agree that the community is also expert and that we have to work together. And that's, as a taxpayer, that's a beautiful thing. So come to my committee if you care about 186th Street basketball.
Emily Marte.
Hi, Liz. I'm really happy about this. Just going back to the resolution, it's something that I've always been thinking about like having more green areas in the city. But I don't know if maybe there's a point, maybe this is like a friendly amendment, a point that that could be added on in terms of like, maybe like, I don't know if the word is fighting with like development, because you know how if there's like free space, somebody could take it up to put a building, but instead to like have trees there instead. So I'm not too sure how that would be phrased. But I feel like that's the biggest issue that we have now, that we would have like an area that's green and then it's just taken over by like a building. So, you know, just like every certain amount of space in New York City mathematically should have this much greenery in it. I don't know. I'm not too sure, but that's just that.
I hear
something
you.
that
I hear you.
Mhm.
And I think that kind of speaks to Steve's point that we do walk a fine line. You know, we definitely want to make sure that we are encouraging private property owners to plant trees. We also have to understand that private property is private property, and it is appropriate for government to encourage private property owners to do things for the public good, but and I'm happy to roll some wording into the resolution that talks about the percentage of tree canopy. It's a little bit, again, it's a little bit less of an issue in this board because we already have a 32% tree canopy, which is huge and is twice that of some of the other boards and is well over the citywide target. So I'm happy to roll some of that language in and to strengthen it in the be it further resolved that talks about encouraging private property owners to get on board with this urban forest agenda. But I do think we have to stop short of telling private property owners what to do with their private property.
Okay, Wayne?
Does that work for you?
Yeah, that sounds good. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And Liz, this isn't necessarily something that I'm suggesting has to be added to the resolution. But I'm pretty certain there are zoning provisions that require when new development is going up for a certain number of street trees. So the notion of, the private development is not at odds with the notion of planting more trees.
Right.
And the extent to which there are existing, zoning regulations that, support this, I think we can say we, encourage, city planning to continue to promote those regulations.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Okay, encourage you to support. This resolution is unique in the sense that this is about the only time I've ever seen any support or any changes from the Parks Department in any parks is of Broadway. So I encourage you to please support it strongly. Moving along, our dear friend Devin Abavian on her resolution.
Thank you, Chair, for everything. And thank you to the Traffic and Transportation Committee members for a great year. We often on the committee have to respond to something immediate being proposed, for example, by DOT. And so this month we have a resolution that's a little bit different for us. As many may know, and some may not, New York City does not control automated traffic enforcement. So that means to the extent there are speed cameras or red light cameras, we do not control anything about them, how many the city can have, where they are, etc. We happen not to control our speed limit either. And certainly, while many say they're in support of what's called home rule, that we get this right back to control our own streets. it hasn't happened. So to the extent we have limited automated enforcement in New York City, it has to be reauthorized every 2 years. It could go away. We haven't been able to expand it. And the recent expansion of existing speed cameras to 24/7 was fairly hard fought. So this resolution simply asks the city council and the mayor to do those things that need to happen to make a formal request of the New York State Legislature to grant home rule of automated enforcement to New York City and of our streets. I do want to say, just as a reminder or as a fact, that speed cameras and red light cameras really work to make our streets safer. Everyone has heard me say over the course of the past 2 years how the most common thing we hear from people coming to our committee is things don't feel safe, whether it's the aggressive driving, drag racing, or running red lights. It's a lot of what we hear, and we can't really control it because it sort of falls on NYPD traffic enforcement. So this is sort of also a way to get at that problem. When people do not tend to get more than 2 tickets off a speed camera before the behavior stops. So once you've paid twice, people do not tend to do the behavior anymore. And I do want to highlight that for the red light cameras, one interesting data point, which is in the whereas, is that in 2019, T-bone crashes causing injuries fell as much as 58% at red light camera locations. I do want to add, however, to what you see on the page, that Steve Simon was kind enough to sort of offer a friendly clarification to sort of split the resolved up to be one resolved, calling on the city council and the mayor to request that the legislature and the government grant home rule, and then for the legislature and the governor to do so. So I will substitute those in, so sort of splitting up what had been all loaded into one resolve. And I will also say that there is a very mayors have to sometimes do what's sort of a resolution like we do. So what it is actually called is the mayor has to deliver a home rule request, in a sense, a sort of resolution of this New York State Legislature. So while our mayor certainly has been in favor of this, he did not actually deliver a home rule request in this last go around, where thankfully, though, we did get the extension of the existing speed cameras in school zones extended to 24/7 operation.
Hands, so you know.
Wayne?
Hi, thanks, Debbie. In the last whereas, it says we can't use this valuable tool, but it doesn't say why. And as a friendly amendment, I would, suggest that you add what was basically your opening comment, that the city doesn't control, the mechanism, and that's the reason why we're making the request. So it clarifies why we can't use it.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Wait, sorry, I just realized I'm doing something I never do, which is I was talking without a pen in my hand, which is virtually never happens. Daryl?
I'm sorry, did you want to answer Wayne first or no? We're good.
No, I just said I was gonna take it. Yeah.
Oh. Okay, thank you. I was just wondering if there was budgetary considerations with this. And I'll also say kudos to you and the TNT committee. So thank you for this.
No, I mean, as I understand it, oh, that's a good question. Like who gets the fines? I mean, not really, I don't think. I mean, because, I mean, there are
Well, I
things
guess I
like-
meant for the city for them to take it over. Is this gonna cost them more money? Do they need more funds for staffing or, you know?
Well, not in the sense that this is the automated cameras. Another fun fact, which any of us who've gotten these tickets know, is if you get caught for speeding on a speed camera, it's actually the fine is limited to $50. So they
Unless-
it can't be the same as if a person catches you. Joel?
In other words, you're saying that there are no points in a person's license. That's what you're saying.
Exactly. It's that more importantly, what Eli said.
Tell me about it.
Joel?
To Wayne's point, I want to know, do we know who gets to determine where these speed cameras go, or do we know who does get to determine
It's an
that?
excellent question. Well, so right now, nobody in the city, that's the point, and certainly not DOT, and nobody in, right? So so the way it goes now is the existing speed cameras are solely in school locations, school zones. And until August, only operated 5 days a week during limited hours. And red light cameras are only on 1% of our intersections. So this would, and I could certainly, I had it in there and I kind of took it out, but your question is making me think maybe it should go back in. Is in a sense, this would put that aspect of enforcement in DOT's hands to determine, where to put,
Right, because in order to kind of get that control of where, you must find out first who in fact has it, right? So
right. So,
that
but
would-
it just,
that would-
this is a point. Right now it's sitting with the legislature in Albany, which obviously don't necessarily have a great idea of what we need. And then they say, well, that's it.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Joel. It was a good question. Tanya?
Yeah, I just wanted to understand the implications of having it automatic, a home rule. Like, what are the implications of having it that way versus keeping the legislature? What are you saying, that the legislature is not responding to the needs of the community, and that this being in the hands of DOT would improve that?
Well, yeah, exactly. That the legislature, while certainly many of them are from New York City, they are not like them. They're sort of saying, and they're putting a limit on it. So some upstate person who chairs transportation doesn't want us, says, no more increase. You can't put more. If you see a dangerous intersection, no more. They can also just decide not to renew it. They're both considered demonstration programs and have been for as many years as they've operated. So you always have to sort of go and get it reauthorized. So it just means it's people that don't have anything to do. It's not the person who owns the streets and the safety of our streets. And it's certainly not, it's a legislature. So it kind of, this moves it into an operating agency that has responsibilities for the streets at large.
Can I ask a follow-up question? Would that then take it solely out of the hands of the legislature and put it solely in the hands of DOT? Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, to determine, do we have more? Where should they be? It is seen as a way to reduce fatalities and serious injury on our streets, and to say that, again, that DOT would like to make some of those decisions and presumably try, is yeah, that's kind of
I
the
think
idea.
along with that, can I offer in this? I've always had concerns about the responsiveness of DOT to the community. And I think you know that. And is there some way to put in there that, that along with that, that, if that were to happen, that DOT would, engage with the community to get input in terms of locations and problem areas, because I think that goes hand in hand. I would not, because I've had serious concerns and issues with their lack of communication and engagement.
Yeah, I don't want to bring that into this resolution. I want to keep it focused on home rule. And that's sort of, but
that's what I'm focused on. You're saying
yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm focused on too. So yeah.
So Deb, you have it's 10:30. I have 5 hands. So sure, for the sake of time, you just be brief, short, please, because it's a lot of people here that need to go to work early. So go on, Steve.
She didn't answer my question. Can she answer my question?
I actually don't want to. I don't want to add that to this resolution in terms of if they get it, how we want them to behave. I think I take the point, and I think if they get it, then we could talk about that. But it's just sort of
okay.
I understand your point. I just would like to keep it to what it is.
Okay,
gotcha. I hear you.
Yeah,
Steve?
thank you. I appreciate
it. If let me just say, if home rule were to be provided to the city, then the city council and the mayor would serve in the roles that are currently held by the legislature and the governor. DOT would not have complete authority over how many cameras could be installed. This would still be, I believe, regulated to some extent by the council and the mayor. But let me just say, this is one more example of how Albany has taken power away from the city and unto itself, which in my mind is just unfair. For instance, the entire tenant regulatory system is basically controlled by Albany instead of by the city. And that's a home rule power that they took away from us in the 60s and should be returned to the city. Let me just say, with that last whereas clause that Wayne was referring to earlier, I would not say that New York City cannot use these proven tools, because we do use them to some extent. I would say cannot use these proven tools to more effectively address traffic violence. That would be my friendly amendment to that clause. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the language and for the resolves earlier. Maria, appreciate it, Steve.
Thank you. I was just wondering why this is a very important resolution, as you know, that I attend your committee meetings. And I don't think that we should be discussing so many points on changing the resolution tonight. There is a lot of questions that could be revisited, and it's 10:30. We still have how many other issues to discuss tonight? It's been a long time, long time. I mean, it's just and we are talking too slow, and we just let's get this thing over, because it's really getting just too late. Too late.
Okay. All right.
This is some medicine that we need to revisit.
Okay, Maria. We get it.
Don't apply that to me. I'm to my committee. Richard Allman.
Steve covered my concerns about the formality of home rule.
And I appreciate the clarification from both of you. Much better said. Okay, and I should add that the committee was unanimous on this one.
Okay. That's it. Thanks, Dave. Took a lot of beating representing a department that you don't work for, which is DOT. Now, Luana Ferreira, if you want to please, kind enough, make the presentation on behalf of the Public Safety Committee.
Thank you, Eleazar, and my apologies. This is my first time presenting to the CB12, so I might have to enlist my fellow members to answer questions, but this is a very simple resolution. So we discussed in the public safety meeting the issue of the scaffold around by 168th Street, train stations on the A and 1 line. We discussed that there has been a significant delay in removing the scaffold, and therefore, with this very short resolution, we're calling upon the mayor's office to accelerate, to provide the funds, to just eliminate the scaffold, because as recorded, as reported, it does pose a safety concern for our community. In the highlights, did we get, I'm going to have to ask my fellow committee members, did we get a specific number of years in terms of how long the scaffold has been up? I'll ask that question, but also to clarify, we do think that the current conditions are ripe for continued safety issues, and we used what we think was an appropriate language. We also did not want to conflate mental health issues with public safety issues. We're simply saying that the scaffold poses a safety issues by means of creating a situation that is very uninviting for all of the issues that we have listed in this resolution.
Now you get to ask any questions. And you should also say that it was voted unanimously, so.
Yes, my apologies. Yes, it was
It's
voted
okay.
unanimously, as you can see. Thank you.
Not a problem. Since I see no hands, Isidro, take it away.
Finally. So we had 12 resolutions, 2 of them withdrew. Agenda number 10 and 11 and 12 were withdrawn. I just got to make some corrections on agenda item number 1. I need to change the address, 219 Dykeman. It should read between Broadway and Payson, and not assisting the resolution. So just please add Payson Avenue there. And then on the 5th whereas on the same resolution, resolution number 1, please note that the 34th precinct had no objection to the renewal, not change of class. So it's the renewal of its wine restaurant license. Also on agenda item number 3, on the 5th whereas, it should state that 34 precinct had no complaints, no 311 or 911 calls about the establishment, and therefore no objection. I'm gonna thank Robin for submitting the minutes. Also thanking Osi and Steve for giving me some pointers on some of the changes that we just made. And on that note, I'm going to open up the floor for questions. Steve.
Yeah, Isidro, on resolution number 5, dealing with the Zoe Restaurant Bar and Lounge, in which they're adding a DJ and karaoke. In situations like this, don't we normally ask that and especially when we have 5 floors of apartments above the establishment, don't we usually ask that they install soundproofing and sound limiters? I mean, you referred to that later in one of the other resolutions on Casa Latina, and you do it very often. But it strikes me that in this particular instance, for some reason, we're not asking them to do the soundproofing and install the sound limiter.
It's perhaps an omission on my part. It's part of the questionnaire, so they do have a sound limiter in place and also soundproofed. It has been previously been done. So they already apply that on the license, but I can add that up as a friendly amendment.
Okay, so they already have it. Very good.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Wayne. Followed by
I think Liz was up before me.
I apologize. Liz, followed by Wayne, followed by Osi.
Thank you. I don't know if you saw the email that I sent you yesterday. There was that correction on the reso number 1 with the address. There was also reso number 8 needs to have the word neither added to the last whereas, so that it reads, whereas neither the owner nor. And the other thing is in reso number 5, and just in general, when we have resos about like a change in method of operation, it would be helpful to have in the whereas, what is the nature of the change of the method of operation? Same as when there's any kind of change of like a, you know, in a corporate change or whatever, there should be a whereas that just says, you know, whereas whatever is the nature of the change, so that we know what that is.
Correct, and that's written down the second whereas of that particular resolution.
I did not see it. I am sorry.
It's good, it's good.
Okay, thank you.
Wayne, followed by OC.
Yeah, so Isidro, in resolution 6 through 10, you know, there's a reference to temporary retail permits, and you may have covered this already, but can you just, you know, summarize what and why these temporary retail permits are required?
So some of them are going to apply for either permanent or a temp. For a temp, they have to come back to the community board every month, and it will be renewed by the SLA on a monthly basis up to 90 days. So what I have consistently done is that we would just write the same resolution and we'll ask maybe 1 or 2 questions, because it's practically the same information. The thing is that the SLA is taking over 8 to 9 months to give out the permanent certificate. And that's why we will see an increment in the temporary licenses request. It's just taking too long. So I just reviewed the previous reso that was either rejected or passed. And that's why you see so many temps coming back to the community board. I don't know if I answered your question, Wayne.
Yeah, you should mention that they've lowered the number of the staff people from like 50 something to like less than 30 people actually working full time at the SLA liquor department.
It's taking an awful long time for SLA to deal with these permanent licenses. Also, did you have your hand up, or are you okay?
No, I do have 2 questions. One is in regards to number 9, that I know I asked you, but I want to ask it in public, that the committee have no knowledge of a date for 500-foot hearing. The applicant did not indicate any, you know, if they have any appointment with the SLA or if there is a date. And as far as we know today, December 20, there is no date on the calendar.
My understanding of this application is that they applied for the license a long time ago, but they have not gone to the SLA, and that's why they have to come back to the community board and reapply and come back to the community board. Once a year passes by and they don't go to SLA, they have to come back to the community board.
Okay, all right. And my other question is in regards to number 8. You did not explain why it was an objection. I'm looking at the resolution. There is no explanation why there is an objection here. So what I'm saying is that whatever objections the committee had, could you please put it in a resolution? Because it's not there and the SLA is not going.
It is in there, and that's the one that I spoke to. The last whereas says, whereas the owner nor representative, and that's the one where it's neither the owner nor the representative.
Correct. Is there?
Okay, so that was the reason why it was objected.
Correct.
Also,
Thank you.
submit has 2 T's, so you might want to take one of the extra T's off.
Where's that?
Where,
yeah.
you got it?
Yes. Yeah, thanks.
Thank
All
you.
right, guys, thank you so much. Happy holidays to all.
Thank you. So I think unless there's certain things that are significantly demanding of your reports, I would love for any of you that would volunteer to have their minute being reviewed so that we can move on to the old item on our agenda, which is the one that is probably going to take a little long. So unless any of you guys, any of you chairs who wants to, I guess, Mary, you raising your hand?
I am.
Yourself.
I just want to say, please read the minutes. Our next meeting, it'll be on January 5th. And we'll be having a presentation by Dr. Lawrence Honig from Columbia on Alzheimer's research updates. So that'll be a, very interesting presentation if anyone can and wants to attend our meeting. And I just want to say happy holidays to everyone.
Steve, Simon, Angel, and Faye. That order.
I just want to quickly give a report on the latest statistics on COVID-19 in our community. All 4 of our zip codes have had higher positivity rates since we last met as a board. There were 255 new cases last week. 10 more people have died in our community since the last board meeting. There have been a total of over 2,100 new cases during that period. The vaccination rates have hardly have edged up only slightly. Julio Batista from Presbyterian Hospital has posted in the Q&A the information, a link on how you can make an appointment to get a vaccination at the hospital, the early vaccinations and the boosters. And I'm going to ask Ebenezer to send that out to all of the board members and to the community at large.
Great, Steve. Thank you. Angel, Faye.
Just wanted to remind you that we haven't done the voting on the resolutions before we got to committee reports.
Thank you. Faye?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, well, first of all, I just wanted to refer to read
Is
the
this your
minutes.
report? Is
No.
this your report?
No, I just wanted to say, referring to read the minutes, but I just wanted to say something that I think is important, not related to my report, since I am referring or asking our colleagues to read my minutes or our minutes. So all I wanted to say is just a few things quickly. First of all, I want to thank BITS, Isidro, and our council member Carmen de la Rosa for making possible the installation of the lights in St. Nicholas, the holiday lights, I should say it. That's something that it was very long time. I think that we never had it before. And thanks to them, we made that was possible, for this side of the community. And I want to thank them. I also wanted just to say that I want to thank also the 34 prison, Officer Perez, Officer Navarrete, and Officer Jimenez, who also contributed along their CO, commanding officers, and being with us in closest street and help us to do the small party that we had. And I just wanted also to say last that I just sent you the list for the Steve was referring to the worst landlord. So I just sent it to everybody, the link. And I just wanted to wish you to have a wonderful and healthy, happy holidays. Thank you all. And thank you, Mr.
Faye.
Chairman.
Thank you. Continue to be human. That's always important. Yes, Angel can tally and let's vote on the resolutions. Thank you for reminding me.
All righty. Let me just pull this up. So give me your no's and abstentions first, and then how you vote on the remainder. Joel Abreu.
Yes to all.
Okay. Jumirna Alcover.
Yes to all. Thank you, Angel.
Thank you. Mariel Ali.
Yes to all.
Richard Allman. Richard Allman. Welcome back to Richard. Mary Anderson.
Yes to all.
Jay Baez.
Give me a second here. I'm going to abstain on B. And yes to the rest.
Wayne Benjamin.
I abstain on 5 and yes to the rest.
So abstain on 5. Yes to the rest. Thank you. Jim Berlin.
I vote no on 4 and 5 and 6 and 10 and 11. And I vote yes on everything else.
And 11, you don't vote, you withdrew.
Oh, 11 was withdrawn. Okay, then I'm not voting on it.
Wait, according to the agenda, 11 was not withdrawn, 12 and 13 were withdrawn.
Yeah, the agenda was modified afterwards because they had skipped to number 9. So 10, 11, 12, 13 on the original agenda became 9, 10, 11, and 12.
Oh. Okay.
So what Mr. Berlin is referring to as 11 is most likely now number 10.
Correct.
Right, it's the one I see as 11, that one, and I'm against it. Right.
Thank you. Daniel Bonilla.
Yes to all.
Tanya Bonner. Tanya.
Hold on. Yeah, so my understanding, I'm sorry. The agenda that I have in front of me still has an 11.
That 11 should have been withdrawn.
No. What you're looking at the original, does your number 11 say Casa Latina?
My number 11 says, yes, absolutely.
All right, so what on your agenda, what's number 10 is really number 9, 11.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay.
So
that makes sense. Thank you. So now I got it.
10 and 11 are now 9 and 10.
Okay. Okay. So we have I abstain on B. Okay. And no to 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, and 10. And yes to the rest.
Okay, so just to confirm, you're a no on 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, and 10. You abstain on B and yes to the rest.
That is correct. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. James Bosley. James. Darrell Cochran.
Yes to all.
Nobles Crawford. It's gone. Luis Cruz.
Yes to all.
Robin Cruz.
Yes to all.
Catherine is gone. Mansita Diawara.
No to 8, yes to the rest.
So no to 8. Yes to the rest. Thank you. Domingo Esteves, I believe he is gone. Luana Ferreira.
Yes to all.
Fe Florimon.
Yes to all.
Barbara Frazier.
Yes to all.
C. Maria Hernandez.
Abstain on B, yes to the rest.
Okay. Miriam James.
Yes
Miriam,
to all. Yes to all.
Thank you. Leo Jimenez.
Thank you, Eli, for your leadership and guidance these last couple of years. Very much appreciated, and congratulations to the new elected executive board. Yes to all. Thank you, Angel.
You got it. Joseph Kalinsky.
Yes to all.
Osi Caminer.
No to number 4, 6, 9, and 10. Yes to the rest.
So I've got no on 4, 6, 9, and 10.
Correct. Thank you.
Thank you. You got it. Michelle Lee. Michelle Lee. Francisco Lopez. Francisco. Liz Ritter.
No to 4, 5, 6, 9, and 10. Yes to the rest.
So you said no to 4, 5, 6, 9, 10. Yes to the rest. Okay.
Correct. Thank you.
Maria Luna.
No to 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10.
1, 2,
4.
4.
5, 6, 7.
5, 6, 7.
9, 10.
9, 10. Thank you. And yes to the rest. Emily Marte. Emily.
He's not connected right now.
Jay Mazer. I think he's gone too. Isidro Medina.
Abstaining on B. Can't vote on number 10 because of a conflict. That particular merchant is part of my bid, and therefore I cannot vote. Yes to the rest.
Okay. Thank you. So just to report back, abstaining on A and not voting due to conflict on 10. Debbie Nababi.
Yes to all.
Jonathan Nunez Fermetta.
Yes to all.
Aisha Ogilvy.
Yes to all.
Steve Simon.
I'm not voting on A because of my position with the New York City Department of Parks and Recreation. Abstaining on 4, 6, 9, and 10. And Angel, thank you for doing this.
Yeah, of course. So you abstained on 4, 6, 9, and 10.
Yes.
And not voting due to conflict on A.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Carl Onegbu.
Yes to all.
And I vote yes to all. Elias Bueno.
Yes to all.
Thank you. Meeting can continue. I'll do the tallying in the meantime. Chair, the meeting can, I'm done. Let me do, I'm tallying
Thank
now.
you. So only the two of us, man. So it's 11 o'clock. It's 10:53. We're gonna go to all business and start with our resolution or comment or Aisha, please take it away.
It's Tanya's resolution.
Tanya, please.
It's not a resolution. It was for us to discuss how to investigate the concerns of one of our board members regarding feeling her assessment of being excluded from the IT task force. Is something I had been hearing about. I did bring this up when I was on executive a couple of times, but it wasn't really taken into account at all. My concern in this is that, and why I'm a little disappointed that this is the way it's being handled on this board, is because we're talking about issues with how our board members are being treated equitably on our board. And I think that's something that needs to be taken seriously. There have been insinuations, innuendos during this meeting that this is, not important, or it's wasting people's time. And, I've heard all of the comments. I can read between the lines, and I've heard the things. And I just think that is something that is a concern to me, because as a board, we should be concerned if there's issues or concerns about exclusion, discrimination. I am concerned about that because I personally have seen evidence that this person was never informed about things, about meetings, about things. And I just want to know how this board will hold this accountable. By how are we going to hold this accountable? How are we going to look into this matter, or have maybe the NPPO needs to look into this matter of why this has been occurring, what has occurred, and the implications of that. Because as I said, people can give all the speeches in the world, but if we have people who are qualified and able to contribute in a real way based on their professional experience and education to a process, if it's IT, if it's whatever, we should not be discriminating and barring them from that for whatever agendas that we may have. Everyone, we are in need of people to serve on this board, and I have serious concerns about that, and I'm not going to support or condone a board that overlooks that type of thing. So that was the question that I wanted to hear from Aisha in terms of more about her experience, like in what way has she, what has she experienced? Hear from Jonathan or, you know, other members of that task force to find out what happened, starting there and trying to figure out what needs to, you know, why whatever occurred. So you know, that's the purpose of this. The purpose of this is not to keep people from going home, or going to bed. We all need to go to bed. But I also want to make sure that I serve on a board that is not going to condone discrimination of someone of any kind, and that we are not going to be discouraging or disempowering folks from serving in roles in which they can seriously contribute to the well-being and the better functioning of our board. This is about community and how we can better service our community. It's not about our personal agenda, whether we like someone or not. I've heard that too. I don't care if you like her or not. That's not the point. It is the issue. So, and I've heard this myself. So I just want to, Aisha, can you just tell us what is?
Excuse me, I have a point of order.
What is that?
Thank you. What we do at the community board meeting is we discuss resolutions and vote on resolutions. Now, what you did by making the statement you did is bring the board's attention to this situation. And we now obviously have to do something about it. Now, we don't have a process for doing anything about it tonight. We're not going to have a whole discussion of who did what to whom tonight. Now, obviously, there needs to be a discussion of who did what to whom or whatever, or didn't do what to whom in a proper venue, but this is not it. So what I suggest we do is we refer this to the executive committee, and at some point—
I don't want that. I don't want that.
Well, that may not be what you want, but unfortunately, what you're attempting to do tonight is out of order. So, and of course, you know, anyone, as you pointed out, and it's happened before, is certainly welcome to refer, you know, any situation where they're being treated poorly to the borough president's office, and I think that's another venue. But I think we, as a board, you know, it's just not part of our procedure to do the kind of thing you're talking about at a board meeting. Among other things, we would have to do it in executive session. But we would, you know, so there's this process which we may not even have a mechanism for, that you pointed out. We either have to create a mechanism for, and I think, you know, this is the right time to do it because we're having a change in administration. So again, what I suggest we do, and you know, I don't believe we can continue as we are with this particular, you know, the way we're going, because it's just not what, you know, what we're permitted to do, is we refer this to the executive committee, and presumably there may be, you know, numerous other people on the executive committee too. We don't know who Catherine's going to appoint, and we go from there. And I agree with you, and I think everyone agrees with you, that we must function much better than we do. And what I actually took a course about justice, and the professor said, you will understand justice better when you're done with this course. And frankly, I do. So I understand that there may well be injustice going on, and we must do something about it. But we cannot do it tonight at this meeting. We can start the ball rolling. And again, I suggest that this formally be brought to the executive committee and the new chairperson. And that is where we begin the process of straightening any past problems out so that they do not recur in the future. That is my
okay. Yeah, Jim. And what I was going to say is I agree with you that we were going to bring. I agree with you.
Let's hear Liz.
But I'm the one bringing this. I need to respond to what he just said.
No,
just
you
threw
don't. You
something
don't get to
out.
respond. That's not how.
Why do I
parliamentary
not get to
procedure
respond?
works.
How do I not get to
You
respond?
get to respond when it's your turn again. That's how parliamentary procedure works. All the people who want to speak before you get to speak, and then you
But
get
I
to
am
speak.
clarifying what you said. Point of
That may
clarification then.
be that
Point of
as it may, that is
clarification.
not what the parliamentary
Please, this is the issue we
procedure
continue having.
permits.
Excuse me, I'm gonna have to mute you because I need Liz to speak, and Aisha and Joel and Barbara and Robin, and then
This is
once that is done, then we'll complete the cycle and then we'll move forward. Let's let everyone speak. Go ahead, Liz.
Mindful that discussion can only take place on resolutions on the floor, I would like to make a motion that we have an IT committee that includes, or an IT task force that includes in its membership those members of the board who are A, willing to serve, and B, have the actual subject expertise in that area. So to be clear, that would not be me. I'm always willing to serve, but I have no idea what I'm talking about when it comes to this stuff. And I'm grateful to the people who do. So that would be for sure Jonathan from Etta Nunez, who has been serving on IT. That would also be Aisha, to whom I have turned informally for input on a lot of these things because she knows what she's talking about. So I think that as a volunteer body, we have a responsibility to the public and to each other to allow people who have technical expertise in particular areas to offer that in these group work dynamics to the extent that they are willing. And I think we are cheating ourselves if we do not avail ourselves of the technical expertise at our disposal. So that is my motion. I would welcome a second, and if there is a second, then we can discuss it. I see OC's hand.
As a second.
As a second. So we now have a motion made and seconded, and according to parliamentary procedure, we can discuss it.
So I would like to make a friendly amendment.
It's 11 o'clock, guys.
And it is also my turn to speak. So the timing is great. That being said, while the IT task force is of issue here, it is certainly not the only issue where the same dynamics exist, which is part of what I was attempting to raise at the meeting where this discussion began. This is a matter that spans across my entire experience as a board member, and in which it does not surprise me that in a vote for leadership, that it ended in the way that it has, because I've been hoisted into a continuous dialogue that becomes hostile simply because I am trying to highlight the ways in which these dynamics continue ad nauseum. That being said, the motion that you're making is restrictive in that it does not encompass the broad spectrum of those dynamics. The fact that it is not just an IT task force exclusion, the fact that it is also putting forth a resolution as a chair of Housing and Human Services, and for an entire year, it not being ratified despite being voted on unanimously with the exception of one vote by this board. In fact, this morning in the New York Times, Mayor Adams stated that the pressures on our human services system are great and is causing concern. That's a resolution that I propose to solve in advance of something like this in 2019, of which this board took a position. However, because of the tone of what happens on this board, something that the board already took a voice on, I received pushback personally and have consistently needed to push it in front of the powers that have been, the current administration, and even before that, in order to address the business that actually has already been done, in which there should be no argument. And while that is about me, that is about you all more than it is about me. And there's a running list of those same types of dynamics that continue to take place and should not be taking place. And it is to the detriment of our community, not just our board.
We have a point of order. And
We
I don't
already,
want to skip, I don't want to skip ahead of my colleagues, but.
Point of orders have priority, absolute
Okay.
priority.
And just because I'm a little confused, because for me, it sounds like this resolution goes directly against our bylaws. Are we
There is no
allowed to vote on
resolution.
that? I was asking Jim, I'm sorry, I'm asking Jim.
There
or
isn't
the
a
chair.
resolution.
Yeah, Liz proposed a resolution and it was
Yes,
seconded.
there is
He
a
proposed a
resolution.
motion.
One person at a time.
Sorry, a
Exactly.
motion.
Thank
sorry.
you very much.
So, but my question is like, because it's really, our bylaws say that the chair appoints committee members or task force members or whatever. I don't think we can supersede that without changing the bylaws. And can we
Darryl,
vote on
I am already a member of the IT task force. And in fact,
Excuse me, there was a point of order.
Yes,
We'll be
please.
here until
Aisha,
2
let
p.m.
him finish.
No, we're not. No, we're not gonna be here until 2 a.m. No, we're not.
Yeah, I just want to get out of this meeting.
Yeah, there was a point
Then
of
you
order.
all can go. You know what? Then listen.
Jim answered, and then
I will
Joel
do
will
that.
get the time to speak, and Barbara, and let's get the point of clarification first.
Thank you. As Darryl pointed out, the only person who makes appointments, and one would hope their appointments are made in an unbiased manner, but the only person at this community board who appoints anyone to anything, and at the moment, without any criteria, and I don't think we want to come up with sudden ad hoc criteria about this, that, and the other thing, is the chairperson. And I think what we need to do, again, in partially from my point of view and partially from, what Darryl points out, we could pass a resolution that would mean absolutely nothing because it infringes upon the current rights of the chair. We should, all, and this sounds very glib, but, people have been saying the same thing all night. This is the Christmas season. We should all go home. We will come back in.
Yes, 3 more comments.
point of order.
Yes, that would
Point
be
of
great.
order.
What is your point of order?
My point of order is that, as I stated previously, this is not about membership on the task force. I'm already a member. And in fact, that task force was created due to my leadership on the board where technology is confirmed. You can confirm that with George Fernandez when he did.
Yeah, unfortunately, that doesn't.
That being said, I wasn't finished with my point. That being said, this is not about task force membership, which is why I proposed a friendly amendment to what Liz was stating to broaden the scope beyond the IT task force to inclusion, access, distribution of information, also fairness within the process
Aisha,
for all board members,
I need
as it should be. This is not about the IT task force. This
Okay.
is about discrimination
Thank
that
you.
is
All right. So Joel, I have other people that need to speak. Joel, Barbara, Darryl, Mariel, Jim again. Go ahead, people. So.
All right, thank you. In the interest of time, I just want to say, just to piggyback off Jim, there's nothing to be voted on right now, right? There's no resolutions because it's been debunked, right? And also, in my humble opinion, I've seen nothing but inclusion in my 1 year and a half here in this board. Our board is full of diversity. It's extremely inclusive. I think definitely should be on the hands of the new chair to pick the task force for the IT. And I want to put a motion just to, in the interest of time, in the interest of holiday spirit, whatever you want to call it, I
Let's
motion to
move.
adjourn this meeting.
This is what you guys do. This
second.
is what this board does. This is not
Second.
about diversity, is not equity, and it's not
Okay,
inclusion.
There is a motion on the
a
floor.
motion
and
on
it
the
has
floor to
be
adjourn the
voted.
meeting. Who seconds it?
Not Joel motion. There was a motion by Liz Reader, which I
But
second. It
there
has
was
to
a-
be voted.
There's a motion already on.
Wait a minute. Oh,
The
so
motion to
we are on the
adjourn,
same page. The motion was superseded because you cannot do it because of the bylaws, all right? So
That's
that's
not
that.
true.
So-
no, that's not the point. The point is the motion
Make your
to
point.
adjourn,
Motion to adjourn.
privilege
I second.
motion and
I second.
has precedence over all other motions. We might want to adjourn because there's a fire. There isn't. But
Well,
if the
isn't that
majority of the
right?
board wants to stop talking about this, we can
Okay.
do this, and we have a motion to adjourn, and it was seconded.
You're
Thank you.
watching
Have
the
a great night
discrimination
and enjoy
happen
your
right
holidays.
now. You're
All right,
watching.
have Great holidays. Bye-bye.
Happy holidays, everyone.
Happy holidays.
Shame.
So we
Shame.
have.
Happy holidays.
No, you have to vote on the adjournment.
have, that's what I
Happy
thought.
holidays.
Isn't there a
Yes,
vote that needs to happen?
yes, yes.
Yeah, we
There's a
have to
vote that
vote.
needs
The
to
motion on the
happen.
floor, you're
What is
watching how things
happening?
function.
There
All in
is,
favor
it
of
real
adjourning,
time.
say aye.
no, there is a
No.
vote
Watching
that
it real
needs to
time.
happen.
We can't.
Now,
What's happening
Guys,
is discrimination.
guys.
That's what's
We'll be putting
happening.
a complaint
it's
in
not,
with the borough
Tanya.
president's office.
It's
Yes,
not
it
Yes, it
is.
is.
Yes, it is.
And the fact that
There's,
you all don't see that is the fact that you all need training in this issue. Because to
wow.
tell somebody that, oh, I don't see discrimination, who are we to say
You've been
that?
here a
It would be like
year,
me.
and I've been here
It would be
9.
like it would be like
We're
me saying
voting
I
on the
don't
motion
see
to adjourn.
discrimination.
I think we need to,
There was
Still
already a
have-
motion
still
on the floor.
can
Let's
we
vote,
just,
Let's
can we
have a
bring
vote
it
to
back?
adjourn.
We have to vote on the motion to adjourn.
There was
Let's
already a
vote on
motion.
that, right?
It was already a motion to adjourn.
Yeah, I know, we have to
Correct.
vote
Now
on
we
it.
have to vote on it.
Previous to that.
Yeah, we have to vote on that.
Motion to adjourn trumps the motion, my motion on the floor. I understand that.
Correct.
And now we
But we
vote on
haven't,
the
but
motion
we
to
have
adjourn.
not voted
have
on it. So if we
listen to
vote
me.
in favor of adjournment, then the meeting ends. If we do not vote in favor of adjournment, then we continue conversation. That's the point. I'm trying.
Correct.
Doesn't it just need a second?
So
No,
why don't, no, she
No,
has
we
a
have
se-
to vote.
Why don't you do a roll call on that, on adjournment? Angel?
everything is a roll call.
Okay, let's do it.
Let's do it, guys. Let's do it, please, so we can
Hey.
Hold
finish.
on, everyone is not on. We don't have everyone here. People are
The
logged
people
off.
who are here are now the members of the
We have
meeting, and we
31
get to
people
vote.
in here.
Let it roll.
So I will say this. I
There's
already see
nothing
that
to
this is
say.
not
We're
a fair
voting.
court.
There's nothing to
we-
say,
This is not a fair
Aisha,
court.
can we,
I am
before
not
we,
gonna hold board members at 11 o'clock to continue what is actually not a fair discussion. I'm
And they're
not.
laughing too. That's terrible.
And it's ridiculous, but
Laughing at
it's all
discrimination,
recorded.
somebody being
That's
being hurt
perfect.
and
Let's-
traumatized by
What in the
discrimination.
world
That's terrible.
going on?
can I,
That's terrible.
And everything is documented.
Wow.
can we do a vote?
Yes.
So we
Yes.
can either continue conversation or shut down conversation. I think let's just
Please.
do that. Okay, so let's start with the vote on that. Give me just 1 second. Joel Abreu, how do you vote? This is on the motion on the floor is to adjourn the meeting. Yes
Angel,
means you want
can I
to
just say one-
adjourn.
Angel, I've
No,
never.
no,
No,
we're
you
just
can't
voting.
say
We're just
anything.
voting.
No,
We're
we've
just
never
voting.
voted for adjournment before. This is weird.
That's
When
what
have
I'm
we done
saying.
that?
Normally, every.
Because there was an objection, because there was an objection.
Oh.
Generally,
Oh.
people don't object and we just, there's no objection to adjourning, so we adjourn. Since there's an
Right.
objection to adjourning, we have to vote. So can you
Correct.
please do that?
Got it.
Thank you so much.
Joel Abreu, how do you vote? This is
I
on
love my
Zoom.
community board 12 and it's all inclusive. Will not be
No, it ain't.
discriminatory. You want to go to bed.
No
And my
comment.
vote is
Yes
All
or
right,
no?
leave the
No
comment,
comment.
please.
No comment. Yes or no?
I'm gonna leave this. Jesus.
Joel, what's your vote?
yes.
Thank you.
You can pass me for now. I'll come back to me.
Okay, Marielle, how do you vote?
No.
Richard Allman is not here. Mary Anderson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Jay Bias,
Abstain.
Wayne Benjamin. Jim Berlin,
Yes.
Danielle Bonilla,
Yes.
Tanya Bonner,
No.
James Bosley,
He left.
Of course he left.
Daryl Cochran.
No
Yes.
comments.
Daryl, how do you vote?
I said yes. Rosen.
Thank you. Nobles is gone. Luis Cruz,
Yes.
Robin Cruz,
Yes.
Catherine is gone. Mansita Diawara. I think she's gone. What's your vote? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Oh, sorry, I'm abstaining.
Thank you.
No problem.
Domingo Estevez is gone. Luana Ferreira,
Abstain.
Fe Florimon,
Yes.
Barbara Frazier,
Yes.
Si Maria Hernandez,
Yes.
Miriam James,
She's not here.
Leo Jimenez,
Yes.
Joseph Kalinsky,
She's not here neither.
Jose Caminer,
Okay, four.
Jose, Michelle Lee, Michelle Lee,
Not here.
Francisco Lopez,
Yes.
Liz Ritter,
No.
Maria Luna,
Yes.
Emily Marte,
No.
Jay Mazer is not here. He's gone. Isidro Medina,
Yes.
Debbie Nabavian,
Four.
gone. Jonathan Nunez Prometa,
Yes.
Aisha Ogilvy,
We knew this would happen. No.
Steve Simon,
Yes.
Carl Anagbu.
Yes.
I vote yes. Eleazar, how do you vote? Eleazar Bueno.
Yes, to finish it, yes.
That the final tally on that is 19 yes, 5 no's, 3 abstentions.
Can I go now?
Happy holidays, everyone.
Happy holidays.
Happy holiday. Thank you very much.
Safe, everyone.